Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series. Let's take a look at what PUBG Esports has in store for North America. Even though COVID-19 has turned the world upside down, PUBG Esports is committed to the safety of our players and the continued spirit of healthy competition. We've reloaded the 2020 esports season with a slate of competitive online events that will rival the success of the 2019 PUBG Global Championship. The PUBG Esports 2020 season kicks off with the Charity Showdown. From there, the season breaks into two tiers, Pro and Challenger, leading to a PCS Finals event. The 2014 Group Stage begins Friday, May 29th, and takes place each weekend for the next 3 weeks. The top 16 teams move on, while the bottom 8 teams face relegation against the top Challenger teams in the NA Challenger Cup. For the Grand Finals, we're bringing back the Pick'em Challenge, so fans can get in on the action by predicting the winners. The Group Stage will award a prize pool all on its own, paid out to the top 16 teams, with opportunities to earn bonuses based on performance. After advancing to the PCS1 Grand Finals, the stakes are raised yet again, as teams battle it out for their share of the $200,000 prize pool. In the Grand Finals, a single misplay can mean the difference of thousands of dollars. This entire process will repeat all over again for Phase 2. As the season rolls along, we'll continue to announce more developments, so be sure to follow @PUBG Esports on Twitter and Instagram to join the conversation. Your feedback helps guide us as we continue to grow PUBG Esports together. Thank you for being an essential part of the community wherever you are in the world, right side up or upside down. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable year with the PUBG Continental Series.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome back, one and all. It is time for the PUBG Continental Series North America to kick off the second to last day of play. It is the penultimate day of games, and Group A has a lot to say about whether or not they're going to be in contention to fill out the top 16. As we get ready to look at the overview, keep in mind only the top 16 really matters today, as those are who advance. Well, let's look at the format, the layout, and the schedule. We're playing today, obviously, as day 2. One more day of play listed there. That'll be Sunday to wrap things up. And you can see the teams who will be competing on the right side. 24 came to play, but only 16 get to stay as we move to the next stage. Let's look at the map. It's going to be 3 Orango, followed by 2 Miramar. Kill points worth 1. And we're going to see who comes out there. Now, if you're not a Miramar team, you better start swinging, because the end of all point accrual for each team will be in the desert. And we do know that some teams tend not to thrive there as much. All right, let's look at the overview. $50,000 for the group stage, $200,000 for the grand final. That's why you want to get there. We had 3 groups of 8 play in a round robin to determine the top 16 that move on to the grand finals, as well as an automatic bid to PCS2. The bottom 8 teams have to drop into the relegation fights of the NA Challenger Cup against the top 8 teams from the Challengers League. Pricing for this stage of the event is $5,000 for first, down to $2,000 for 16th. However, the top 16 gets you into the big money option of winning that $200,000 share. Anything below that does not get paid. Bonus pricing, $500 each to the players with the highest kills, assists, knocks, and damage. $500 to the team with the most chicken dinners, and $500 to the tournament MVP that will be determined by popular vote. So make sure you're keeping an eye on the Twitter, because we will open voting after the last game of the day on Sunday, and you have 24 hours to let us know who to pick. But I'm not going to be talking about it by myself. I'm joined by some of the best and brightest minds in North America, none other than Matchroom and the Cammy D, bringing us the action here today as we get ready for a big day of play. The starting storyline here, Matchroom, is Group A. They have to make any statement they're going to make. This is their last chance to do it, Matt.
Yeah, while we were talking about everything that was going on in the groups, we noticed that there were a lot of people from Group A that haven't even gotten into that top 16. They only have these last 5 games today to make some type of action to move into that top 16. Otherwise, they know that their tournament run ends today. So a lot of these teams down back and from about 17 down to 24 is going to be where we're keeping a lot of our attention focused.
Cameron, we're going to be watching them, but they have a 5-game advantage already. If they aren't already in the top 16, it becomes hard to expect more from them.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm really disappointed in a lot of the Group A teams. Like, we expected a lot more of a even spread, especially considering how seeding was done through the charity event. But the fact that with that 5-game advantage, we are seeing so many. I feel like I'm spoiling the leaderboard right now, but I'm just going to commit to it.
You can find it online.
With
you can't spoil the leaderboard.
That's true. I'm jumping the gun nonetheless. But despite the 5-game advantage, we still have 4 of the bottom 6 Group A teams is from Group A. That's with the 5-game advantage.
Yeah. And it's not, exactly. And Matcham, that is, I think, a problem. Is part of that attributed to the fact that Oath from Group A has just been an absolute point sponge? I mean, going as far as to win 3 games yesterday, like it's just taking a ton of points away from the potential for that pool.
Yes and no. I mean, naturally, when you have a team that's eating a ton of points, it makes it harder for all the other teams that are kind of suffering. But at the same point, your destiny is in your own hands. You have the capability to go out, make the plays, get the kills. You can potentially try to make a change, figure out what's going wrong. And you've had a lot of games to this point to do it. So whatever's going on, sure, Oath just going around, nomming up points all over the place, shoot to kill all these guys. Every single time they're in a lobby, it feels like they can't get any points. You got to change the system up. You have to realize, sure, okay, makes it harder with those guys eating the points, but they have to be the ones that are responsible for either their inaction or their bad action.
A change will do you good. Cameron, Poro said he watched Challengers and saw that it is not going to be a walk in the park for those bottom 8 teams. You do not want to be there fighting for your chance to play in the PCS on the next round, do you?
No, and I mean, Challengers has a lot of really good teams. The qualification to this event with the 8 extra teams that would be joining with the 16 from the charity event, basically the entire qualifier for charities, we saw it was back and forth the entire time. There are a lot of strong teams, and I kind of expect to see at least a few teams change it up once we do hit that relegation point.
Well, I think you're going to have to change it up, and especially we've talked a lot about who the best is in the team, and you're going to have a chance to talk about who the best are, guys. If you head over to PUBG Esports on Twitter, you're going to have the chance to vote for your MVPs. That's a cash prize, and those nominations will be released at the end of day tomorrow, and you'll have 24 hours to get out there, get your vote in, and it's going to start on, obviously, June 14th, Sunday. So make sure you check it out. Get over there. Get the follows up because it's up to you. And anybody can vote. Players, fans, I know that I get a vote, and I'm going to be using it as well for my favorite, as I expect Matcham and Cameron will too. So make sure you stay tuned so you know exactly who your chance to pick is for the best of the best. Okay, so that is sort of where we're going. Let's talk about the teams that are going to be making up Groups A and B today, the teams that we're going to be seeing playing. We'll look at the overall list of everyone and then break it down probably 4 by 4 if I don't miss my guess. A versus B, Trolls, Atheris, Dodge, Duel, Exodus, Houston Hardships, Livid, Oath from A, 303, 64 up, Fabled Illusion, Liberate, Shoot to Kill, Tactical 8, and Wildcard Gaming from B. We have 2 of the top 3 teams playing here in Matchroom. It is going to be a tough day for those who are not already in the top 10. Let's take a look. Let's go to the first 4 here and talk about them.
And with looking at this, we've got Any Trolls in chat, Atheris, Dodge, and Duel. Duel has kind of been one of the teams I know we've been given a little bit of, I don't want to say hate, but we're just kind of confused watching. We saw them have such a great start, but it's kind of tailed off. Dodge, who was having a couple of good days, also kind of got a little bit more quiet. But one of the fan favorites that everybody's starting to keep an eye on is Any Trolls in chat. We often talk about, like, what are underdogs, what are X-Factor teams. Any Trolls in chat has kind of filled that out for a lot of fans and analysts both.
Cameron, talk to me about the second set of 4 that are playing out of Group A. Remember, these are the guys who only have 1 day left. When they come up. There it is.
When they come up, yeah. So this is a lot more of a mixed bag. Outside of Any Trolls in chat, that first group was, I don't know how much you really can expect when you want to look at like the top of the competition. But here we have Exodus, who's been up and down. Houston Hardships, not really talked about as much as I think they should have been. They've had to chase the circle. We've talked about that at least between us privately. Looking pretty good for themselves. Livid, separate issue. Let's just ignore them for now. And then there was Oath, who are by far the standout team. not just of this group, but arguably of this entire competition. But they're not alone.
Matcham, let's talk about the groups from Team B.
All right, 303 Esports. This is a team I constantly have my eye on. It's got a lot of people who've been playing for a while, different competitions. 303 has had some very standout moments, but they haven't really become like the full team that I think a couple of us are waiting. We see the potential there, but we want to see more coming out of it. 64 Up also falls into kind of a similar factor inside of that. We can see the fact that this is a lot of new players on this, though. So coming in, getting experience, stepping up, moving their way through. Fan favorites, though, are going to be fabled. I know a lot of people out there are rooting for Supernova, Tanaka, Greg Schott, and Hella. Every single time this roster shows up, it seems like fans galore come through, and it feels like they've kind of got their own grassroots priority going through, but hasn't been reflected massively on the leaderboards just quite yet.
Karen, talk me through the last four.
Now, this is a very exciting group of four. We got STK, also like Oath, a big name to potentially win this entire thing, but Wildcard giving them a big run for their money, a relatively new team coming into the string of things. And if you want to talk about a new team, not just of a group of four, but players, Liberate. These are some novice, I don't want to call them novice players, but rookie players that you want to look at. In Tactical 8, a couple of more veteran players themselves. I'm looking specifically at Steezy and Grizzly. It's unfortunate to put them right next to Wildcard and Shoot to Kill, but they've also had some really good moments themselves.
All right. Well, thank you guys for breaking those down for us. I think it's going to be an interesting day today because of sort of that extra dynamic of how does A play versus the fact that, B's got a little more time. They don't have as much stress. They can sort of see how today goes and respond. And a lot of the B teams are actually sitting in that very, I don't want to say comfortable area, but they're between 11th and sort of 18, right? So they're down 10 games. They've got 10 more to play. And none of them, besides 64 Up, are below the top 20. I think if you're 64 Up, you've got some other issues to discuss, but it's go time. 3 of the A teams, Matchroom, are sub 20 right now. Duel, Atheris, and Livid Gaming are both sitting in sort of that 70-point range, and that's going to be really difficult for them.
Yeah, that's going to make it extremely difficult for a couple of these teams to try to move forward. But I think we got a little bit of a look on what's been going on throughout this competition. So let's take a quick look at, what is it, Toffees?
Highlights!
Hey, see, I knew. Finally had to throw it back over towards you, but nice pickup over there. And by God, Oath, man. Yesterday, Oath just got so much.
They just completely dominated on Erangel, and it wasn't even in like a very one specific part of the map that they won on. They won on every single thing that Erangel threw at them. Not the highest kills necessarily. Their placement game, their positioning game, the ability to get to the late game as consistently as they do is you can't compete against it on Erangel. On Erangel specifically, because once we hit Miramar, it became a different story for them.
I mean, 3 wins in one day. That is absolutely phenomenal. Now they get to come in riding that momentum. They have to be feeling really good. Sure, they've got some Miramar games that they're going to have to keep an eye out for, but I think that a lot of people inside this lobby are going to be trying to figure out, how do we react? How do we handle what Oath is bringing?
Why do you go for that stick? Hypoc literally almost died in his chair yesterday watching this.
Oh, it makes me so happy. Molotovs, there's something about it. It just, I don't know, it just feels so guttural whenever it happens.
So that's the highlights. As a look back at day 1, as we prepare for day 2, we'll take a look at the leaderboards in just a second. I want you guys to tell me where you think that majestic cutoff point is, right? There's going to be this line that once you get above it, you can just put your feet up, you can watch tomorrow's games, have some margaritas and some mimosas, and just enjoy watching. What is the line for desperation and the line for comfort? Matchroom?
Ooh. I was kind of thinking it'd be about 120, just because of the fact that we have so many people from Group A that are inside there. If you want to be really comfortable, naturally moving up about 15, 20 points more, it's kind of guesstimation math because we still have 5 more rounds to go, and you never know. These guys that are in the bottom, 18 points area could potentially get a couple of wins.
Cameron, do you agree with that assessment?
I think 120 is definitely possible. I don't think anyone's going to be comfortable until they breach 130, and that might be a little too, I guess, liberal of a number there. You're going to want to, you obviously want to get as high as possible. This one's really hard to call. Not only have we not seen as many 24 team leagues in the West, at least, there's also the whole weirdness with the A point distribution.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, 120 is going to be sort of a bit of a nail-biter. 130 should be relatively comfortable. Currently, we only have 3 teams north of 130. Kill points. That's incorrect. We have quite a few teams north of 130. We got Sonics, Oath, and Shoot to Kill dominating the leaderboards. 2 of those teams playing today and looking to catch up to the Sonics going forward, who have been absolutely instrumental. Zenith, who started strong and then fell off, is holding a good 4th place position. Wildcard right behind that. But keep an eye on 10 through about 20 as we start today, because that's going to be the teams we want to keep an eye on. But before we talk too much about them, I do want to talk about the standout team from yesterday. For me, there can't be a lot of argument here in terms of, when I say standout from yesterday, I mean who was also playing today, right? They won a 3 spot to start out yesterday, absolutely played out of their minds. My only worry for them, Matchroom and Cameron, is that they seem to fall apart when it came to Miramar. That said, I want to know from you guys, who is the underdog team? Who's your pick for underdog based on yesterday's games going into today?
The underdog's got to be the Houston Hardshifts. I feel like these guys deserve more love than we've been giving them, and I'm talking about myself as well. They're not a new team. J-Sync was added to the roster a couple of months ago. Maluk's relatively new, and as a shot caller being the new add-in, that can be a little tricky, and it takes some time for a unit to finally come together. But this is definitely a team that you have to look at. They're constantly nearing the top of the leaderboards, even if they're not necessarily winning, and they're definitely a team to look at.
Matchroom, who's your pick for X Factor?
Well, it's got to be Wildcard Gaming. The way that these guys play is it's so hard to kind of figure out what's going on around them. They can kind of like modify every single game. Sometimes they're passive, sometimes they're aggressive, sometimes they move off in different positions and they'll just go for long-range shots. Sometimes they'll just kind of even sit back. It's always a modification whenever you're kind of playing around Wildcard Gaming. You never know what you're going to get. And I think that that's why it's such a big factor. You constantly have to keep your eye on them, and you don't know what you're going to get.
Fair enough. Well, let's talk about what we think we're going to get out of today. We've been playing with predictions for a while now, and I think the problem is we've seen some such dominant teams at the very top. Sonics with such a exacerbated lead right now that I don't want to pick the overall winner, because then a lot of us are forced into saying, okay, it's probably going to be the Sonics. I want to know, who do you think is going to perform the best today? Who is going to have a phenomenal day, put themselves as close to the top leaderboard as they possibly can? I have to go with the easy pick. I'm going to go with Oath, because yesterday they pulled 3 chicken dinners out of thin air. They've been playing very well. And Relo, I think, personally, has become one of the best and brightest new stars from North America. He's come into his own during this series. I think he had an 8K yesterday. And so he, on the back of Relo, with the young guns and the classic leadership of Wolf, they're my pick to perform today. Matchroom, yours?
Oh, well, I'm going to make a very difficult choice here, and I'm going to go with the tried and true thing in my heart and say Shoot to Kill. Sure, they didn't play yesterday. They still got another day of combat moving forward into tomorrow, but I think that they're going to have a phenomenal breakout. They just sat back yesterday, watched Sonics. You guys know that they planned out. They're walking in with tons of strats that Gunnar has been working on, and as we've been talking about MVP picks, I'm going to let you know the one I'm going to probably be trying to vote for, if he's on the list, is going to be Purdy Courtier. This guy has been absolutely phenomenal. Whole team is just stepping up constantly, and I have it in my mind that they are going to walk away today with a ton of points.
Cameron?
I gotta agree with you, Toffees. It's got to be Oath. They performed so well yesterday, even though their week 2 kind of left a little bit to be desired if you want to compare them to their charity performance and then week 1. But after yesterday's performance, they're not a team that we've really seen fall off a cliff after a really good performance immediately thereafter. And this is an Erangel heavy day.
Yes.
If you want to take the 2 heavyweights in this lobby, SCK and Oath are by far the better, specifically Erangel team. And if anything, that should give them the edge for today.
I know that it's the easier choice, but I'm going to pretend that you're picking them just to agree with me because you liked my point. So that's just my own personal preference. Gentlemen, the games are getting ready to start. We're going to be up and running here in just a second. Matt, any last thoughts about what you want to see out of the first? You know what? Never mind. Let's just get ready to go. 2 of the casters. The plane's out there. Let's head to Erangel. Game number 1 of the penultimate day of the PUBG Continental Series. North America is about to get underway. And what better way to celebrate the beginning of it than with two of the best casters that we've got. The most deadly animal in the animal kingdom, the Porosaurus Rex. Let's go, boys.
Wow.
Well,
I guess I pronounced Porosaurus Rex incorrectly.
I know.
It's
okay.
Bad for me.
We're gonna give it to them though. I mean, look,
We'll breeze over. We'll breeze over.
we'll breeze through. I'm feeling pretty deadly today. I woke up feeling dangerous, as a great football player once said. But yeah, I mean, look, there was a lot of talk in the early game here about all the things that Group A needs to do. All these teams that are right on the cusp, how they need to come out here swinging today. Is there anybody that you've got your eye on in particular as far as Group A is concerned? Maybe one of those cut line teams. I mean, we talk a lot about Sonics for obvious reasons, and Oath for obvious reasons, but like,
there's none that really stand out to me right now. Again, for me, I just go back to Duel. I want to see the miracle story happen. At this point, it's becoming more and more mathematically unlikely. That's the delicate way of wording it, I guess, but. Just with the way they've been performing, but they showed promise yesterday. I know me and you we were watching the games back yesterday, and I semi roasted them a little bit, saying they might have more placement points than kills. But honestly, 14 placement points is something we've not really seen them do on any other days. So maybe this is a big step change. Maybe they're going to come into tonight's swinging. I think at this point you've got nothing to lose. So why the hell wouldn't you switch it up?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? They found a way to get to the late game yesterday, but for whatever reason, they weren't able to get the kills. Maybe the switch up in lobby might help them maybe rack up a few more kills for them, a few more points. I know what you're saying, though. I mean, it's I'm looking at the leaderboard right now, and they're, 75 points, and we're looking at what Matt was saying, maybe 120, 130-ish as far as a cutoff. They
need
doable.
They need like a 70-point day to kind of even really cut it close, and that's if Matt's. I'm kind of with Matt in saying that 120 is going to be kind of the ballpark figure. So we will have to wait and see, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like that 120, 130 number is probably right on. But again, it's like, how do you predict what your top teams in the lobby are going to be doing? What are your point eaters going to be doing? It's just really hard to tell. So obviously, you want to just come out here, swing, and get as many kills as possible. If you're dual, you're making your way to the late game. Let's start fragging out. Let's see if you can add a couple more points to that total. A couple of teams in Group B. We haven't really gotten a chance to talk about too. 303, kind of right on that cusp. That's another team. Well, I know you and I were both kind of looking at specifically D-Rich and the performance he's been able to put out for those boys. But Voxic has started turning up. Landoon started turning up. I mean, they're right there on the edge. Maybe today might be a day where they can make a run.
I mean, I paused them yesterday as the underdog for the weekend, just for them to make a move for the top 16, because they've been in terms of performance, they've kind of been teetering on the edge. Like you said, they've had a couple of standout games, but the rest of it hasn't really even been worth talking about. But for me, Divas, game one, Millie, let's go.
It's tradition at this point.
But for me, D-Rich is somebody that, having not had an awful lot of competitive experience, has stepped up in a number of different ways and in a number of different scenarios. We've seen him come up clutch, putting on some really impressive highlight reel standard stuff in these games, and that I think is that's a big confidence boost. Playing games at this level, if you just feel as if you're just getting absolutely dumpstered game in, game out, regardless of the team's performance, you can't take an awful lot away from that. So hats off to this guy. Again, Honey Badger, not to mention again, really, really mechanically talented player. Voxic, we know he's a seasoned IGL. And I think actually that's a good setup for Voxic to be kind of running the macro for a team like that. On paper, they should be doing really well. I just hope they kind of tie down the small mistakes.
Well, I mean, there comes a point in every new player's career where you see him at the beginning and you're like, oh, who's that guy? Oh man, they have a couple of really good mechanical plays, a couple of really good fragging performances, and you're like, wow, this guy is pretty good, and then it just kind of falls off a little bit, and I feel like there comes a point where you start watching a guy and you're like, okay, he looks like he's starting to get it, right? He looks like he's starting to feel comfortable. He's starting to get, confidence in his understanding of the overall competitive meta, and a lot of the guys from 303 are starting to look like that now. I mean, you could say the same for all the boys in Oath, but the fact that their mechanical level is just amazing. I mean, all the young guns over there with the addition of with Wolf's kind of veteran leadership has just paid off huge dividends for them so far.
Yeah, and actually the combo of Bale and Relo is one that we're, and again, that's not to say Snakers is any slouch himself, but again, just three insanely talented fraggers and Wolf running, I mean, I don't want to say the brains of the team, but that IGL input that he gives that's a lot of experience to bring to some of the young talent, and that's the best kind of setup I like seeing for teams is having somebody that can say I can kind of keep these three guys in control, and it's kind of controlled chaos, right?
Well, we know Wolf too, kind of personally, and we know that his personality is one that is just very calm. He's not a guy that overreacts, right? He doesn't get tilted. He's not the screamy, yelly type of guy, right? He's very calm, cool, collected, and I think that's worked out really well for Oath, obviously, in the leaderboards, as we haven't really gotten a chance to talk about anybody. Everybody has kind of gone to their own separate spots for looting. We've got a few teams that have made their way over to military already. 303, as we touched on earlier, had already sent D-Rich pretty much right off the jump over to the intersection. It looks like they are not interested in taking Radio Tower. Instead, they'll just be hanging out towards the bottom. Here's another guy that haven't really gotten a chance, didn't really talk about it too much last week. Guabi, though, in week 1 when Liberate was having their little run, he looked like something serious.
Yeah, he did, and this is again another team that I hate using this phrase, but they've shown glimmers of hope. There's been a couple of games where we've seen them come up, make it to late game, and look really comfortable. Again, a lot of the things we were saying about Wolf just now, Lush is a very experienced player. Never really had his breakthrough on any team, but he's been around the block. He's seen a lot of competitive play at this level, and again, I think this is a good example of three kind of maybe not so experienced players in this roster that are kind of sat behind the leadership of Lush as well. I want to see them kind of consistently make it to late game, because I don't think their placement kind of reflects the potential of that roster, but maybe we're just yet to see them kind of hit their stride.
That's kind of the definition of that wild card team, right? I mean, you saw they put up 75 points in week 1, and then week 2 just kind of fell off a little bit, so we'll have to see. I guess this week determines what team they really are, as we see wild card hanging around Ferry Pier, scouting out where they want to go next before jumping into the vehicle. Probably the good decision, because a little further down the western coast, they've got Hardshifts. They've also got STK, who has crashed into Primorsk. So it looks like Hardshifts and STK looking for maybe the same boats over there in that Prim area. And you've also got the solo player from 64 Up that got sent there early. So this could pop off pretty soon here. Wildcard, by sending it here early, might be in a good position to gatekeep. And there you go. J-Sank already going to find Civ.
And actually, we've got a couple of teams tied up here down towards Primorsk. We've got Sociopath as well on the X-ray there, just behind Kurt. I'm not sure if Kurt actually knows about him.
I don't think he does.
No, you can see Hardshift's now going for the boat. They're probably going to escape away from this relatively unscathed, unless Sociopath tries to line some of these shots up. He's going to fire 1 or 2 out. Not going to get any tags on that. That's going to be the go signal for Hardshifts to get the hell out of there, though. J-Sank has been left behind. No. You see him trailing in the UAZ. This could be problematic for him. But Kurt is going to be hearing all of this. He's got the information. Somebody stood right next to him.
Well, here's the thing, is they were going for the res right there. I think J-Sank was making sure that nobody was going to be taking any free pot shots at the rest of his team while they made their way over. But now 64 as the rest of them have all arrived, and they know that SDK is here, but I don't know if they know where See Purdy holding the angle, and that's going to be the freest kill as he gets Dirty Zen and gets the flush. The rest of, actually, you got 2 more from 64 up that are on the hillside just off to the west of Primorsk, so not even really near this. Meanwhile, you do have Sociopath who was taking those shots, and look at that. That is, you know you're in a bad way if you're just lying prone in the middle of an open pasture, just waiting for somebody to peek.
Yeah, now it comes the reinforcements from 64 up, and again, the time to do this was obviously as the trade possibility was there. Obviously, the damage has come out. Kurt's going to be relatively healed up now, but Rogue State is going to pull up with Hoshi. Hoshi's going to go down.
Hoshi gets taken out. Sociopath going to use this as his opportunity to move in, but Kurt hears the footsteps. Unfortunately for Sociopath, his teammate's going for the res. Socio tries to get the angle, but Curdy is going to get him with the SLR from 3 feet away. And now Broke Status, what are you going to do? He pulled away from the res to go try to help, but he gets tagged up from range, and I don't know if this could be a really short game for Broke Status as he pulls in. 48 HP. Look at the angle that Kurt's holding from the top, and it's not even going to matter. Alo going to take him out as we cut over to Dodge making their way in.
Yeah, and as we see the circle do the thing it always does when we cast together, Poro.
It always
now
does.
Split. It always does. We're now in kind of I'd say a 60-30 split over to the north and south. We're, again, fully expecting this one to come south, but crazier things have happened. As you can see, there's only actually 2 or 3 teams probably, including SDK down in Primorsk. I don't know. Do they commit to Northside? We've seen a lot of teams when we see these 50-50 splits kind of commit to the north side. Does everybody on military panic now? I don't ever think it's a good idea to try and get back north, but the ones that are already over there, you don't really lose anything by staying, to be honest.
Yeah, this is one of those what we call the IGL tests right here, right? You got a few team, pretty much every team already over on military. You got a couple that are still up north on the main island, including STK, Fabled, and Illusion also over there. And you've got the solo from J-Sank, but look at this, the Theris, they're going to run in to, I believe that's Liberate in transition. And meanwhile, Tactical 8 already has control of the buildings at the intersection, a spot that everybody would love to have if they had the choice. Meanwhile, Pack Caps, ooh, get back behind that shed. Wildcard's got their trigger fingers on.
Yeah, that's the Exodus coming all the way over to the west side of this hill. I mean, rightly so. Wildcard's position is the god spot. Oh no, are they pulling up in a boat? I think they are. Yeah,
man.
I see Wooly going to get a tag onto Maluk from distance there, but these guys are just swimming now. It's just they're going fishing. Liberate's actually going to go out elsewhere to Grizzly, picking up a 2-piece on them. But as we see now, the 2 members are Fabled, as you said. Yeah, there we go. Just going to tap these out. Lobes. Man. Yeah, that's going to be the end of Fabled.
That was, I don't know, man. 10 and a half minutes trying to push over in the boat is extremely ambitious.
Well, I mean, initially looking at it, I thought a lot of teams had already made it over early. We were at the 5-minute mark, and I'm sure we caught track of 7 or 8 teams that had made it deep across already. But it seems we do have a few stragglers. Obviously, J-Sank being one of them from that beach fiasco, I'll say. But he's making the long swim.
Actually, if he can, maybe he can make it to that island. I'm not sure.
I was going to say, STK looking like they're happy to chill on the north side, as I'd said earlier. And this is probably one of the teams I'd expect to make a move like that. Again, they've come in so late. They've been held up in Primorsk. Again, do they really gain much by sending it across the bridge at this point? You'd rather hedge your bets and say, look, if we get to pop back north, if not, we'll try and have to fight our way on again. But now they have no boats. Their vehicles are obviously either low on gas or they'll lose the tires as it goes on. But I think, honestly, right now, SDK's best bet is kind of sit this one out and see where it goes.
Well, and taking a look at the kill counts here, J-Sank picked up 1 for himself. So Hardships has 5 now. And I'm going to assume that J-Sank picked that kill up of Uncivil, because Uncivil is unfortunately very grayed out. Okay, there we go. At least it won't fall on the bridge like it has done for us in the past. Yeah. The very recent recent past as well. So now, all right, if you're SDK, what kind of decision making? You just saw Fabled get absolutely destroyed and lit up in your kill feed and in your scopes while you were doing that. So I'm not sure where they decide to go from this. You got Illusion on the north side of the bridge as well. Pretty much all the other teams have already made it inside of this circle, with the exception of maybe Exodus, who's creeping up behind Wildcard here a little bit. Oh boy! Oh man, this is scary, Hypog. I don't know.
This is making me very uncomfortable.
This is extremely terrifying. And here come the shots already. Oh,
yeah,
no.
Maluk's already posted up on that same rock that we saw them take on Fabled at. ATC trying to come back and stop this bridge rotation right now. Actually, Masterlek might actually find some free damage onto this Stacia.
Oh my gosh, Illusion with the full send. They come across. Marcella going to get the 2. He's going to get another one. He'll get the flushes as well. Top Dog.
Good work.
Manages to survive and get to the hilltop. But look at this. Ranger was left on the northern part of the island. So the last 2 players for Illusion, very wide split here. But Marcelic showing once again why he is up there in the damage leading charts, as he takes some pretty, let's be real, a couple of free kills there off of Illusion.
Good work from Marcelic, though. Again, he put himself in a position where he kind of had to get that first knock, or the second guy pulls up on him, and he managed to just get both for seemingly little effort. I do want a chance to jump back on with SDK to see what their decision was, if they wrap all the way to the south side, but I don't think the timing is going to be on their side if that's the case.
And actually, they didn't go all the way south, but they came just on the southern part of that little, I guess, peninsula, for lack of a better word. And they're coming up just behind Exodus now, and Exodus is very concerned. Oh, there goes Purdy.
Oh.
He's going to find it down onto Poonage in the flush already, as Exodus was fully concerned with Wildcard. They had no idea that somebody would be coming up from their backside here. And now, STK,
this
though,
is tough.
This is a bad spot. The only thing they got going for him is that Exodus has to concern themselves with Wildcard still. Drassel going to get the opening down onto Pentalo, but he immediately gets traded out. Taylor will find Jazza, as Wildcard is starting to suffer a little bit here. 2 down. Keenan's going to come over here and possibly go for the res, but he is getting lit up, I believe, by SDK.
SDK a third party in both of these fights here, where Exodus are trying to push onto Wildcard.
Oh,
They're picking up points.
Taylor.
Taylor J's actually going to find Luke. That's fantastic work from him. Now Exodus only have 2 up, though, and again, SDK is still charging up the hill here at Empora.
Those were extremely important shots there for Taylor to hit.
There we go.
Okay, Alo's going to find him now, and it's all down to Pat Caps. The problem is the new circle has popped, and it's going further off to the east, so this fight has to play itself out here soon. Pat just going to go ahead and run off of this. Oh, sharp shot. Wait, the grenade?
He launched the nade onto the two downs that were over there, so he's just confirmed. That was a YOLO nade, but he just threw that across and confirmed both of the downs. That's huge for Pat. So now he's in a 1v1 situation.
He's in 1v1. Sharp shots taken out. Gone. Oh, he comes out and Keenan just lights him up. Pat Caps manages to get 3 off a wild card, but he's not going to get all of them, as Keenan survives, gets the UAS, and I'm not sure where he's going to send it, but at least he'll survive a little bit longer. Purdy, Curdy, and Alo, meanwhile, have made their way inside the safe zone, but hard shifts heard the shots, and now they're in. Oh, my God, Kurt. Immediately crests the hill and spots Maluk.
Alo didn't spot J-Sank, though. J-Sank's going to be hiding on a tree. He could cause an upset to SDK here. Alo's just come down to yoink this Dacia for some route into the next circle, but this is fantastic work from SDK, though. Backs against the wall. They've got 7 kills on the board already. Please run him over. That would have been fantastic. Thank you for stopping.
Just the vision. I mean, the vision that Purdy Curdy has right now for this game is just a thing of beauty to watch. I mean, he popped up over the ridgeline and immediately spotted Maluk. He did the same thing with Exodus as they were running up. I mean, this is unreal. Keenan, this is where he ended up crashing. Unfortunately, T8 all in here. I mean, this is pretty much the only place he could have gone, really.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's the only buildings that are really in. I mean, without having to go to maybe military base. But we'll see if Keenan can survive a little bit longer. T8 does not want to leave these compounds to push this. But
the problem is both of these doors are so easily covered from T8's setup right now. So he's got to opt for the prone outside. You can see Beams now invested in Molly just to check that corner. So they know he hasn't come in. They know he's just sat behind that wall.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about living in a dangerous neighborhood. You have bars on the windows and you can't vault in. And here we go, hard shifts. They're going to make their way up to the north again, where Duel has a very wide spread. Chuba going to take a few shots at the low man. I don't think they're aware of how close Cherry is, though. Cherry is the high guy here, just on the other side of the hill. You can see J-Sank bringing up the rear, but this hillside just barely enough to separate these two. Nobody really wanting to peek over. I think they both realize that each other are at relatively full strength, and the first person to peek over that is probably going to get domed here.
Yeah, Jordan found themselves a little slither of the circle. Again, this terrain just sitting right for them, and actually hardships are relatively stacked up as well. They've got kind of Cherry pushed forward for Duel, so he's going to have first contact here. But I wonder if, yeah, you can see the way they're set up. Wooly and Lampalot can kind of cover the overpeak. Cherry's just going to play contact, so Duel just kind of looking to bait hardships into a spot where they can pounce, and I don't think they'll expect the close peak from Cherry if it does come. SDK, oh my god, look at the map. SDK actually made it onto the base, and now they're stuck by Oath, but we'll probably catch up with that a bit later. Circle does post back over towards the crossroads.
Yeah, SDK took the other option. Keenan, meanwhile, has been found out somehow. I'm not sure if it was tactical aid or if it was somebody else, but he is no longer with us as we check in on SDK. Going for the res here. As Alo just creepy crawling. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Oath,
that
they know it's a two-man. They know
Yeah.
it's a two-man, and they don't want to have to worry about that on their coming from behind. But they have to get inside this circle. This thing, is going to do a lot more than tickle at this point. So
I mean, it's kills, but investing the time to clear these two doesn't give them. It doesn't aid their long-term objective, which is obviously getting to the next zone. And they have a big obstacle in their way, which is the hill that's occupied. As you can see by the player tags there. So that cross from military up onto the hill is so difficult. You have to invest a lot of utility, maybe even get like an entry or a knock or something like that. You can see Kurt looking for some damage up onto the hill. They're going to take the Daisy and try and send it here, Poro.
Smoke wall. Well laid out there by STK. They're going to, as you said, make the rotation around, but they're going to be running right into 303. It's basically just praying that maybe 303 doesn't hit their shots here. They're already about half health. Or hoping, I guess that 303 may be left. And now Duel going to run into ATC as Duel tried to do a rotation around north. I guess they were put off by the thought of taking the fight with hard shifts, and they just get absolutely destroyed. Any trolls in the chat finding another stack of kills for themselves. Meanwhile, Tactical 8, they're finding quite a bit for themselves as well.
Yeah, and Hardships, we know, was the other team that was stuck up next to Duel, so that push down from the hill, seemingly, there we go. Oath have found their opening onto the hill, Poro. There, you can see they picked up 2 kills now onto Aetheris. Reload's going to find a third knock onto Styles, so that's looking like they actually made that cross successfully out of there.
They managed to come up on the hill behind Aetheris. Aetheris, I'm not sure where they were looking at the time, but they got pushed at the pretty much at the same time by Oath and 303. And they get sandwiched, and they end up paying the price. And now it's a question of, will Oath spot out 303? I think they know that somebody else is there, but 303 just fully committing onto this fight, and it looks like it's just down to 1 here for Aetheris. Darth going to see if he can maybe get something off of this, or maybe hope that 303 and Oath start fighting and maybe forget about him for a little bit.
I like the timing from 303, though. They hear the knocks. They know where it is. They push up. They use that as their opportunity to come up and take Aetheris' spot. So heads-up play from them being proactive. They weren't sitting there to just third-party from distance. They've actually got themselves a spot on the side of the hill that they need to kind of find a way to take this team fight. But I like to move up the hill nonetheless, Poro.
Absolutely. Going to drop some smokes down. Just try to keep Oath from pushing too blindly into them. They've got 4v4, and they've both got easy routes into this circle. But definitely, I think 303 realizes that there's still one more from Aetheris here. Darth, very low. I'm not sure if he just doesn't have any health or anything. They're just kind of leaving him there to his own devices for now, hanging out in the vape cloud. 2 kills already for Voxic. 303. Don't. This is. They're waiting for Oath to make the move.
There you go. There's the molly. That's going to pick him up.
Okay, nicely done. Honey Badger going to get another one as Darth does get spotted out. Okay, now they can put full attention over here towards these Oath boys, and that's it. Keeping up over the top. They heard the vehicle. That might have been
this
bait.
nade could have been money.
Keep an eye on Relo. Relo coming from the flank, up on the high side, but the grenades just falling just a bit short for both squads here as Relo's going to pull back. And this might be Oath saying, look, you know, we like our options of wrapping on the east side of this thing a little bit better. We'll keep an eye on our backs, make sure that they don't push us, but we'd rather get better position in this next circle. Meanwhile, any trolls in the chat are just rolling over the north side of this circle right now. They're up to 9 kills. They just win the fight with Dodge. And I'm looking at my map. It's just Melon who is alive. He's going to be able to get reses on all 3 of his down teammates, and they're going to be back up to 4 shortly. Ooh, okay, Relo.
Oh, Relo with that flank finally coming in, getting some damage down. That's going to be the go signal for the rest of Oath now. But the problem being 303's position isn't actually as strong as Oath. Oath have kind of prioritized the right side of the hill, Poro, so they can slow play this. There's going to be pressure coming in elsewhere onto 303, so I feel like they're the ones that need to make the move.
They've got a full wrap going on here as they are on all sides of 303. 2 down, Honey Badger at about 30% health. Voxic just going to throw the smokes, throw the flashbangs, try to delay the inevitable, but he's going to get spotted out as well. Honey Badger goes down. Voxic, the last remaining player, and he can't get anything. Clinical stuff from Oath as they take the good position early, make sure that they don't get wrapped around, and then they just close the jaws down onto 303.
That was a really, really clean take. And again, Relo, that wide flank. And again, as soon as that damage comes in, you can see the rest of Oath ready to convert it, ready to open up the team fight, get a knock, and then at that point, it's 4v3. You play the numbers, play trades. Really, really good stuff from Oath.
2 downs instantly. Meanwhile, Marcelic is going to try to send it into the zone to find a spot for ATC, but the Snake Ranger is going to spot him out and get a free kill for Illusion. Top Dog's still alive. He's down in the compound, just on the other side of Tactical 8. You can see on your mini map there. Meanwhile, ATC, they're still got to figure a way to get inside this circle, but there's just no room to be found here. They're going to just crash right onto Ranger, see what they can find. They're going to find him. Melon with the quick down and the quick flush. Morrow going to spot out Oath from range, and Oath actually coming up over the top of this at the exact worst time for ATC. As they no, Aguila
got picked out of the
vehicle. Good shooting from Snakers. ATC, as we see, at 10 kills. Great performance from them no matter what happens here. Morrow, he's going to go down. Oath is just on a rampage right now. Look to see if they can spot out Melon.
Oh, that's a good
nade. Relo with the happy feet there. Melon. The smokes are slowly dying, though. There you go. Melon will go down to Wolf. 10 kills now for Oath, and they have the high ground. They have the entire eastern edge of this circle. It is down to a 4-man squad of Tactical 8 inside the compound, and then the Snakes, Top Dog, and Lobes, who are also hiding in buildings. Oath, this is Oath's game to lose, right?
Yeah.
At this point.
I mean, at this point, look at the circle control they have. They have the high ground. They have terrain. Depending on where this next one goes, which again, if the buildings are still in, it's going to be problematic for Oath. But I still think it's definitely winnable. They have much more space. They can get angles on all of these buildings as long as this doesn't go. And actually, that's actually pretty central. Again, considering the amount of dead space behind Oath to the east, not the worst thing ever. It's the worst possible thing Lobes wanted to see. But see Oath already pressuring now. William's going to go down and actually going to get. Oh my God! Oath are actually finding picks and flushes into the compound here, and they're just pushing it. They're going for it. This is fantastic stuff from Oath.
This is the biggest confidence push you will ever see out of a team that's looking to win their 4th straight on Erangel if you go back to yesterday. 12 kills in the bag already. They're going to see if they can spot out Top Dog here. Top Dog could be snaky here.
Oh,
Snakers ain't having it.
And the body shoot. Yep, that's fair, Snakers. I'll give you that one.
Well, looks like Tactical 8 was able to get a man over to the down player to try to go for the res, but Steezy finds himself all alone. Tactical 8, this just feels like cyberbullying at this point with Oath. I mean, they're just rampaging on these guys. Steezy has the wall, but look at the angle from Relo here.
I think he heard it. He heard an audio cue or something because Steezy's ready for it. He's going to jump off there. So Relo with the sixth sense.
I mean, look. You see they got Snakers in the second floor up there trying to spot down.
Well, the problem is that where this phase 8 popped, the center is actually now on Oath's side of the compound.
Absolutely.
So Tactical 8 now kind of getting, like you said, bullied out of their own compound. Effectively, the only win condition that Oath had was to get 1 or 2 knocks, and they did exactly that and just pushed down. And unfortunately, I can't help but feel like that's a wrap now. Again, 4v3 situation. It's going to come down to the star, but we're going to need something.
Oh, no.
Because Relo finds it. Oh, my Lord.
Tried to pull the pin, and it was not happening. Relo is going to get the quick down and flush onto Steezy, and now we know where everybody is. Grizzly's going to go down to Balefrost from range, and it's all down to beams. Oath not wasting any time. They're not waiting for the circle to push in. They're just going to go ahead and push in and crash in. Snakers even takes him in a fight that really should have gone to beams.
Snakers actually just turned on him for the I guess for the highlight finish, right? There's
I mean,
a game like that, but
when things are going your way like this, that's the kind of stuff that happens. You just blind push into a building and not look behind you, where a guy has you completely dead to rights, and then you can turn around him and kill him before he lands one bullet on you. That's unbelievable, unbelievable. 4 in a row now on Erangel from Oath, and they are looking unstoppable.
yeah, I mean that was clinical from start to finish. And again, the way they controlled the right side of the hill there, bided their time on the fight with 303, waited for Relo to get that flank. The conversion on the damage that Relo put in from that flank, eventually it just paid dividends for them. And that was at that point it was just a landslide. They just swept 303 off the side of the hill. But again, finding an entry down to that compound from the hill is notoriously difficult, and they did it with absolutely no hesitation. They didn't seem to struggle at all with that part.
Also, not falling for that bait. We touched on it a little bit. STK coming in and kind of putting themselves in that spot, taking the knock, but Oath not sticking around to finish off those 2 kills, not getting greedy to finish that off, but instead prioritizing making their way up to that hill. And so they end up losing the STK kills. That's fine. They got 16 other ones. So I think they're okay with that. I don't know about you. Oath is looking ridiculous. But anyway, that's going to do it for us. We're going to throw it back to the analyst desk now and see what those boys had to say about this game.
What do you say about Oath, right? You missed it, Matt. You missed it.
I know, I mistimed it. I'm so mad at myself.
It was real bad, but it was a good try. What do you say about Oath? As they said at the end of the cast, 4 in a row on Erangel. These guys are out of their mind. I guess thank our lucky stars, they kind of had an off weekend there for a minute when they came back from the charity showdown I think it was the first week was a little bit shaky. That said, it was like, oh my gosh, it's their last day to play. They want to put some points on the board so that they can get the lead and maybe hold on to it. This is the way to do it. It's the Oath show. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching at home, buckle up because you're going to hear a lot about Oath today, and I apologize ahead of time. Matcham, take on the game.
All right. Well, to start off with, I know we got a Sisboomba Oath just a bit more. I want to give you guys a little bit more of a breakdown with kills. We have Relo with 5 kills, Snakers with 4, Balefrost with 4, and Wolf with 3. That's on top of getting a win. I know Shoot to Kill was my team to pick today, but that is a hellaciously good way to start the very first game, man. I mean, that's like, what, 26 points? Somewhere around there?
Yeah. It's
26.
a stupid. Yeah, no, they joined the 16K club, Cameron. So yes, 26 points to start the day when you're already sucking every point out of Group A as it is. Oy.
Yeah,
Did you like them?
What?
Yes. Cameron rendered speechless by the power of Oath's play, I think is really the impressive part. You're muted, homie. That said, the highlights have been extreme. Let's check out the highlights of that match, or the highlights, as they say in France, as we look back at the last match. Cameron, you back?
Yeah, I mean, I've been there. I don't know what you're talking about. There was no technical difficulty on our end. So opening up the very first game on the military island, if you told me that this was not uncommon like a couple of months ago, I'd say you're crazy. But honestly, what can we really expect? Erangel circles, they're on something else. Not today, not this week, this month. They're on something
I know
else.
we just saw it a second ago, but I gotta say, shooting somebody out of a car while they're bailing out is absolutely insane. ATC, they had a hell of a game, too. Marsalek with 4 kills, Mero with 3, Melon with 3. I mean, they were holding down that hillside for so long.
I had no clue what to expect from ATC. Their week 2 was actually really, really, really bad.
Super meh.
But the week 1 was pretty good, so I didn't know what to expect, and they came in. Granted, they're not Oath, they're not 16K with the win. I mean, Relo opening that up as well is just amazing to see. It's so hard to decide who is the best team on Oath because they all play so well.
I still can't believe he didn't get the kill whenever he ran through that doorway. He was sitting there
just turned
waiting for it. Yeah, but he had the introductory angle. He had the mind game set. That is such good awareness coming out from Oath.
Absolutely phenomenal play. Can't say enough about them. We'll probably say, what's that term that you use? Boom, 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 bass? What is it?
Sis boom ba?
Sis boom ba, which I think means ad nauseum, but I can't.
Mainly it's just cheerleading.
Oh, again, I think I've heard it used before. It's a fun phrase. All right, that's it. They played very, very well. You will notice, and I'll just briefly address this, only 15 teams dropped in that match. It'll be like that for the rest of the day. Livid is a no-show. Is that because they're so far down the leaderboards they just don't think that they've got what it takes? Who knows? Is what it is. So they're not going to be
no-showed in week 1, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That said, it does mean that there may be less points on the board, potentially, for some of these mid-pack teams to put into their hoppers to sort of bolster their numbers as they look to get into the top 16. On the other hand, it does mean that that's one less team that you've got to beat in terms of qualifying for the 16. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard and see exactly how the points broke down after that match. Obviously, we're going to see Oath on top with a whopping 26 points and the drumstick of destiny. Below that, any trolls in chat, as Cameron said, had kind of a meh in terms of how they performed on week 2. They are coming out and just they've come out front of the bridge and are absolutely representing themselves well, Cameron. Tactical 8, in a bit of a surprise, pops up with 12 points, Matt.
I mean, Houston Hardships, one of the teams we were also trying to keep an eye on, coming in that 4th place position, but don't forget about Shoot to Kill. No placement points, but still holding down 5th. Just off of kill points. They had a very difficult rotation the whole way through. It was just like the circles never wanted to go in their favor. Good job on stacking up a lot of kills to work with. On the other side of that, Illusion coming in with 6, just because the fact that they had to opt into placement points, only walking away with 1 kill, but back behind it again. Another team playing like Shoot to Kill Exodus. You can see our fragging teams, even in bad situations, managing to walk away with something.
Not too bad. And again, I am going to say this just because I got word from PUBG. 16th is not represented there, nor is Livid, and they have been completely disqualified from the season. So we'll just leave it at that. Cameron, other things on here. Wildcard, kind of a meh game. Dodge, also a team that's mid-pack A. Dodge has to put up some numbers to feel comfortable going into tomorrow. They only got 2 points.
Yeah, Dodge is one of those teams. There's a couple of them that is they're in range to stay in the top 16, but if they continue to have a game like this throughout the rest of the day, they might fall out of it. I don't want to put too much stake into this, and I feel like I've said that a lot, but that's because we've had so many Game 1 military circles. I find it hard to put too much stake into it, but it is not the beginning of a good sign.
All I'm going to say, number 1 in kills, Purdy Curdy. IGL, by the way. I'm not going to keep pushing him anymore for MVP. I'll let you guys make your choice. But look at that.
He's tied with Relo. He's not winning. He's tied with Relo.
3 members of Oath on this list. Man, calm it down.
I mean, yes,
Okay.
it is cool to see the shot caller up on top, but I think it comes down to Oath. Like, good night. These guys put the kills. They put the money in the bank when it happens. You can see the overall scoreboard right now. Oath at 251. Sonic still far and away just dominating at 285. It's mind-blowing, Cameron, because they're not even playing today, and I assume that they will continue to hold the top spot for at least one more game, maybe two.
I was assuming that they would hold the top spot the whole day, just because their lead was that strong of a lead. But Oath winning yet another Erangel game with 16 kills, no less. I don't know how confident I am with that. I'm gonna commit to it because I'm not a quitter. But it might be Oath might make it a little tight. They might make it a little tight.
Here's the thing, though. I'm all about Oath. I love the fact that they're playing so well, but they played yesterday and they're playing today. So this is the end of them for the entirety of the qualifying rounds. That means that both Sonics and Shoot to Kill will be playing tomorrow. So Oath has to top this leaderboard to have a chance, and they have to do it in a big way. They need to stack up even more wins to have a chance to stay in first place.
Let's take a look at the overall. Remember, we are giving out some cash prizes at the end of the series. Hwin at 55. Again, not playing today. And I don't foresee Relo catching up to Hwin for just a game or two. I do expect Relo to pass Hwin today. I'm going to put that on the table, clinking that down. But I think it's going to hold for a while. That speaks, again, to the vivacious style of play that the Sonics have exhibited, Cameron.
Yeah, they're an incredibly exciting team to watch. They're a very aggressive team play style-wise, and they always go big. Whenever they're put in a situation that they need to go big in order to survive, they generally do. Snakers, though, the damage, up there. The kill, so looking at Sonics being really strong on the kill board, but not nearly as strong on the damage board, will show you the differences in play style.
Well, I think the Sonics are a bit of a yoinker team. They see it down, they go and they steal it away. But also,
they go for the throat.
Snakers is not one of our top killers, and he is the top damage dealer for Oath. That means he's doing a lot of heavy lifting for his team.
Well, that goes back into how Oath plays. Some of these teams like to just be passive in the first couple of circles. Oath doesn't care. If Oath sees a fight and they think that they have an opportunity for it, they will go for it. And therefore, due to that, they're going to have a massive amount of numbers whenever we're looking at damage, knocks. They might not always be able to get all of the kills because those early game fights are harder to close out kills on unless you just crash somebody. But you can see the fact that they're consistently active. And that feels like that's the recipe to victory. Make everybody respond to how you want to play the game.
And it seems like they kind of have a focus on team style of play, Cameron. Like the Sonics, I think sometimes we see a little more of a star style of play. Maybe Primetime Mime takes off on his own and makes some pushes. Profi does his thing, Hwin with his great shots. But I feel like when we watch Oath play, a lot of times Snakers starts it, Relo finishes it. They're working as duos, they're tag teaming, and you don't see, which is crazy to me because there's some young guns on there, particularly Snakers. There's not a ton of pride sort of coming out in these post games and stuff. Like, everyone just seems to understand this is our role. We're a team, and that's all that matters. That said,
duo.
Go ahead. Give me your thought real quick. Give it to me. Give it to me. I want it. Come on. All right, fine. We'll get back to Cameron when we return. That said, the plane is in the air. We're going back to Erangel for match number 2. Let's see if Oath can go 5 in a row. Can they do a double hat trick on Erangel? Who knows? Let's head to the casting seat team of Pakasaurus Rex with the call.
He slayed it. He slayed it that time.
Nailed it that time.
Absolutely
I felt like
nailed
we should have come out with the little T-Rex hands at that because
honestly,
we
that's true. Yeah. That's true. Maybe next time. Next time we'll get them squared up.
Well, I've spoiled the surprise now.
Well, that's true. Why'd you do that? Come on, man.
I fudged up. I'm sorry.
First, no chest hair. Now this whole cast is falling apart before my very eyes.
Chat is gonna hate me tonight. That's for sure.
Well, Oath. One more in the bag for them as Relo and Snakers continue their campaign of terror across the lush green fields of Erangel. Toffee's hit a lot about Relo, but Snakers, dude, same 49 kills, 11k damage. I mean, he's more than it's still more than 2k damage in the lead, if I'm not mistaken, almost.
Yeah, I think so. Next is 9,000 something. Yeah, I didn't have the graphic up on screen, but that's just an insane output. And again, we talk about kind of damage conversion and players that often have really high damage and sometimes are lacking a bit behind in kills. I think those stats are absolutely insane for Snakers. And again, when you look at the team, you look at how talented all four of them are. Even Wolf now, who has had some shade thrown his way in the past, let's put it that way, but he's still putting numbers up. That last game, he was active in every team fight and he was putting kills on the board. Again, if you can keep pace with somebody putting in that much work, obviously Relo and Snake is tied. And again, I don't know exactly where Balefrost and Wolf sit on the list, but it seems to be that they're just all four of them are pitching in. They're all putting numbers on the board for Oath.
I guess it's okay to be a rat blank if you're also a winner at the end of the day, isn't it?
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. Copyright Lost HD.
Well, that's some throwback stuff for you right there. But we get a nice, clean, calm, ordinary playing right down the center of the circle. I'll tell you what though, we've seen Oath get 4 back-to-back, right? Here on Air and Gold. All 4 of these have been Southern circles for the most part. I think, and maybe it's time for something off to the north, huh?
I mean, are you tempting the PUBG gods? Because again, I am now absolutely convinced that every time we cast, we start with the military circle, and then we just get the most scuffed shifts ever.
I mean, it's who knows, man.
That's what I love to see. As much as the players don't, I love to see people having to think on their feet and adapt to what's thrown at them. So I'm all for the hard shifts and not just the team.
Yeah. I mean, look, we were having this conversation yesterday after cast, and look, hey, look at that, I'll take it all day, baby. Let's go. I told you we need to go up north. All right, Oath, you've been getting the southern love for quite some time, and you're still gonna get the southern love from me, But let's see what happens.
This is the greatest test they could face, right? In terms of game scenario. And again, historically, you think about teams that have looted Milton Power, FaZe, Rumblers, that Kameshki rap in this lobby, relatively free, but we know how many teams like to gravitate to that field kind of coming down the west side of Stauber. So again, 70 and crossroads and shooting range area is usually a hotspot. And again, a lot of late rotating teams get caught up in that area. So that's a problem that I think stems a lot from the way some of these NA teams play. We only really have a couple of teams that fast rotate in here. So that is definitely an obstacle for Oath to face coming into this one.
Well, it really just kind of depends on how long they take to loot, right? They know that, this circle's on the opposite end of the universe from them, right? So the question is, do you try to get the early loot, early rotation, or do you say, you know what, this thing's a million miles away, let's just take our time, we'll come in late, we'll come in with the blue, play out whatever's in front of us. Both strategies have their merits. So we see Sociopath doing a little bit of looting here. The rest of his team over at Cube, we saw 64 up, okay. Last game, they were our first team out. This team, Livid, is our first team out because, whatever. But so we get to play out the string with 15. Unfortunately, sucks to see, but there it is. But yeah, 64 up sent Sociopath all the way down to Prim to look for a boat. But then they took forever to rejoin up with him, and they end up getting caught in between a 3-way fight with shoot to kill and hard shifts. So this time maybe deciding not to leave their scout by himself for that long. Probably the good play, right?
Yeah, it is. And circles like this are all about early information. I'm surprised to see Liberate hopefully on the move this early, because that would be something you love to see from. And again, this is probably one of the teams I'm leaning towards. And again, it's not any sort of shade thrown their way, but
absolutely
these
not.
more experienced teams know that their greatest barriers come from running into teams in rotation, awkward circles, rotation paths that aren't necessarily rehearsed. Sonics know how the teams rotate around them on potato circles and things like that. So these less experienced teams obviously have to go there. Actually trying to light up one of the vehicles with hard shifts. Maluk's going to jump out, actually. Yeah, I think the 7.62 meta in full effect there, because that vehicle barely lasted 10 seconds, and that's one of the things we haven't talked about much. I was thinking about this earlier now, with the barrel becoming more and more viable. Vehicle damage is something that's just, I mean, if you have 2 or 3 people stacked up, even with 5.56 rifles, it's possible to blow something up really, really fast, but 7.62 meta, Chubba's going to get Melon back.
Melon getting a little bit too comfortable there. Chubba going to find that one real quick and easy, so they trade back. But now it's a 2v1 here against Chubba. J-Sank and Lobes are racing over here. Lobes up on top of Everest. J-Sank on the road. We'll see if he can get over here in time, but it looks like ATC fully aware where Chubba is. Let's see if they can get over there. Oh my God, Marcelic nails the headshot. Quick as you like, and there goes 2 for Hardshifts. Man, Hardshifts just having some rough early games here now. That's twice now that they've lost somebody early.
Yeah, and I mean it's a high traffic area, and again that's a known spot obviously for camping rotations and whatnot. It's relatively free, open line of sights. Sharp's actually going to take a lot of damage from Supernova here uphill. Not sure if Wildcard really want this fight right now, because Fable have got a couple of split angles on it.
I'm not sure Wildcard knows exactly where all the angles are coming from just yet, but Tanaka going to go ahead and drop out the smoke for his teammate on the flank. We do have, I believe, one more coming up, and that's going to be Jazza.
Jazza's on a white flag, it looks, yeah.
Oh,
that's
no,
Penta. Penta?
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Okay, I'm not sure what happened there. But here's the thing. I don't think Fable doesn't know that this is Wildcard.
No, they don't. They don't have the information yet.
So they can't. Yeah. They're not going to push this unless unless they heard the.
They did hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, they. I mean, that's heads up from Fable there. Maybe that was a counter call from the top of the hill team there. You know, they've got a 2-2 split here. So the information coming out from the other 2 teammates, not the other team, but. That's lucky for Penta to escape with his life there. Not sure exactly what had happened. It just looked like he overcooked the nade, as we see something that's going to make me very upset, but then very happy in the kill feed. Tony V trading back 2 knocks onto Dodge. Finner and Monty will fall. As you can see, the fight going on over the shack right now. Lampalot stuck inside these smokes. Monty and Finner stuck on the shack. Reno's actually going to silent pull up. Tony's going to come out, confirm these. Wooly with the bolt in hand. Hopefully going to be able to get Lampalot back. I'm not sure.
Good shooting.
Oh,
Wooly.
That was... Where's that Wooly been for the rest of the weeks? That was clean. Nice spray from Wooly there.
Filthy stuff coming out of Duel there. I mean, look, this is 2 teams that we've been looking at, right, that need to have a good day today. Dodge, I mean, they had a good day yesterday.
I mean, Duel just need to do that another 8 or 9 times throughout the course of the evening, and then maybe win 1 or 2 games. But I mean, this is we talk about confidence boosters and building momentum. Game 2, putting some points on the board it's never a bad thing for Duel.
Winning out that early 4v4 is always going to make you feel pretty good, especially when you win out that 4v4 and you get a spot in the dead center of the circle. As we see Duel, looks like they decided to wait a little longer. They took their time looting. They're going to come in with the blue. They are making that rotation just up by Stalber. But as you said, since they are coming in so late, everybody else has kind of bailed on this. So they are kind of pretty free and clear for right now. Now the question is, how deep do they decide that they want to go? I doubt it'll be that deep, since they'll probably just hang out on the side and see where this next circle goes, not try to go too far towards the center. Meanwhile, we'll check on Fabled, just off to the southeast of Wildcard, sending a few shots. This fight apparently just never really manifested. See where this next circle takes us. Oof. Still 50-50. Okay.
Yeah. And a big factor in this is obviously Everest still being in that.
Yeah.
That usually eats up a large area of the circle where only 2 teams can kind of reside, unless some real chaotic things start happening. But that takes up a large element in that south side of the river you talked about there, 50-50 split.
It looks like we got a number of teams that are gambling for this thing to head south. As they're already in vehicles, you can see Liberate taking a few shots. Oh, that is a very flaming vehicle there. As Lister goes back to the lobby. Darth going to try to survive a little bit longer, and looks like he should be able to. Atheris was hanging out on the cliffside. It looks like they had a 2-2 between Severny and the cliffs, and tried to send 2 through Liberate. Liberate managed to pick off 1. Meanwhile, all of these guys are going to have to make their way down. It looks like actually Liberate must have picked up somebody off Illusion as well, because Illusion, just off to their south, is missing a player. 2 players, rather. So a little bit of fighting, a little bit of trading going back and forth on the northern side of this island for a couple of teams that may have thought that this was going to go north, or gambling that it would go north, rather. And here goes 303. We see them making their way across the bridge into South George, completely alone. Nobody anywhere near them. That should be okay for right now. Just off to their east, though, they've got STK doing an interesting 2-2 here between Crates and north of the bridge.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
Again, maybe just trying to spring a trap. Maybe just look for some relatively low effort kill points to put on the board. But looks like Wildcard is still having problems here. Sharpshot probably going to get rezzed here, but Fable's still causing problems for Wildcard. Everybody getting tied up along this ridge just outside the flat top. But again, I'm not sure really of the value of this par. This being drawn out so long.
Oh, Tanaka.
Okay. Yeah, see,
Right.
no team
on
really
time.
benefits. Yeah, I mean, no team really benefits from it. Obviously, Fable if they could put some points on the board, but do you know what I mean? This isn't a huge fight for territory here. It's not like.
And look at this now. The other duo from Wildcard are going to have to come back and try to
on like
engage
second
in this.
lead as well. Look,
Yeah.
he's hurting.
Well, Fable. I'm not sure what the play is here. They're just kind of sitting here getting knocks and then not going out for the flush. They got Greg shot with a nice little flank. You can see has an angle, but just can't spot anything. And honestly, if Fable screws around with this too long, they could end up paying a price here. Wildcard, all they want to do is leave and get into this next circle. And Fable just making it difficult. That being said, they are inside the circle. They're just on the northern part of the river, and it looks like that might not be what they want. As Sharpshot and Penta will get out of there. You've got Keenan off to the north. You can see just on your mini-map, holding down an angle, waiting to see if anybody pushes out. But Fable just being a bee in the bonnet of Wildcard for the time being, more than anything.
I mean, and I say it's not really worth anything to read these teams. Whilst they're still in the circle, I'm fine with it, but I'd like to see somebody kind of convert that. We're still committed to the 50-50, but this cutting out most of Everest. And again, that slice of Everest is still in, bro. Makes the south side. It's like you go crate side, or you can test a flat top, or you're going to play the ridges behind the wizard. There's not an awful lot. I mean, again, we're fully expecting this one to go north, as we know, with that phase 4 pop. But there's not a lot of space for these southern teams. We jump on board now. SDK, somebody's on fire up there. Molly sent in by SDK. Nate going to follow up from Kurt, but don't think he's going to find anything there for it.
Well, keep in mind, this is just a duo for Shoot to Kill. The other two still down south. Civ in the crates. Alo just coming down from Everest. There's Purdy going to take a couple of long-range shots, I believe, from hard shifts. Possibly ATC. Didn't see where the lines were coming from. Meanwhile, 64 up, just holding down the fort for right now. Climb up onto the stairs. As STK, doesn't matter if they're full 4 or if they're just 2, they still are not scared to push. As Civ going to provide a little bit of long-range support here. And uh-oh, Purdy, he's going to find Sociopath and immediately get flushed out. And maybe a little bit of greed coming out here from STK. As Alo will finally arrive, but they've already lost their shot caller. Luke's going to have to pull off and get a heal. As you can see, Hardships making their way past in the background. 64 up Hoshi, meanwhile, still holding a long-range position here. Haven't really committed to this fight just yet. Ooh, but see, Sociopath has gone down.
Yeah, and this is unfortunate because SDK had Uncivil in a really good position to feed information on the outside of the flat top here, but unfortunately Kurt just gets caught off guard, for that vault inside the office building. That nade out the window. Oh, it's actually a flash.
Ooh, okay.
I like it. I like the little pop flash out the window there.
Oh my
He's going to get traded out. There we go. And
So
again,
clean.
SDK just flipping that fight on its head and ended up wiping 64 up. Did lose Kurt in the process, as I said, but I mean, again, when you're playing the long con, putting 4 kill points on the board, and again, they're in a really good position.
I'll tell you one thing, that was just kind of a microcosm right there of the trust that these players for SDK have in each other. Alo and Luke pushing in there. Luke focusing on the guy on the stairs, trusting that Alo was going to cover his back in case a guy pushed in from the garage. All eyes in all directions instead of all pointing towards one person. We check now with Wildcard. They made a long wrap from Fabled all the way over to the northwestern side of the circle, and now they're finding themselves trading back and forth with Liberate. Oh, Sharp's not going to find at it, but immediately gets traded out as Ice Tech gets taken down as well. But Wildcard, that was quick and dirty. Looks like they're going to find 2 for Liberate. The other 2 for Liberate way off to the south. Lush and Guabi not even really here to take part in this. As Liberate maybe getting a little bit greedy on the split along the hillside here. See the rest of Wildcard still on the hunt. They know that there's at least a couple more players over here somewhere. Haven't really found them yet, but meanwhile, Duel. Let's see if they can keep their killing going. They've got 303 and he's absolutely pinned down right now. Voxic looks like he might be getting rezzed here by Honey Badger behind the tree. Landoon just cowering behind the sycamores. As here come the mollies. Gonna land a little bit short, a little bit off. Voxic not able to get rezzed, and that's gonna be Honey Badger going down to Cherry as they pick off another one. Landoon, the last one up for 303 as the blue is starting to shift in. Voxic gets wiped. And really it's just a question of how long Landoon can dance amidst the smoke. Honey will get flushed. The blue has caught up now to Landoon, moving slowly. Be able to survive. Okay, this is not going to tick too hard, but this is now 6 kills for Dune. Oh, Dune! You're not allowed to overpeak that hard, Cherry. And now they're going to let him run. Okay, Woolie's got him. Okay,
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. All right, Duel. We see you. We see you. This is a qualifiers duel right here. 7 kills, 4 up. Control of the north side. Pretty much dominant control of the north side even, as the circle did cut to the north as we pretty much knew it would. Meanwhile, Wildcard, they wrapped down to see if they could finish off Liberate. They did so, and now they're going to run into hardships, but they are all on fire. Oh my god, it's lit. Matchroom, I know you're loving this. Penta goes down.
He will be grinning from ear to ear.
Oh my god, I've just got the Elmo gif in my head. Where he's just sitting there with the flames jumping around in the background. Looks like they will lose 1. Penta will get flushed out. Sharp has gone down as well, though, as Wildcard getting taken. I think they're taking shots from ATC and STK.
And Civil gets the knock on the res. Oh, no. That's tough.
Civ is out in the middle of nowhere. Civ is all by himself. Marcelic will get. Oh,
this.
God.
He's going to hit this, yeah.
Oh.
He's just gonna put a molly in there. That's it. Yeah, Keena's dead.
Oh my
If
God.
he got it in, did he get it in?
I don't think he did. I think it hit on the outside. The smoke, I think, made him miss it. And so now Civ is gonna have to pull back. Keenan,
does he have another one? That's the question.
Smoke going.
He doesn't.
Civ's all by himself now. They had a 2-2 split going, or a 1-1 split, but Exodus, I think, finished off Luke, and now Civ all by himself. Here comes a molly from Keenan. Not sure where Civ is for right now. Keep in mind, all of this is being overseen by ATC as well. And now you can see just on your minimap, Taylor J and the rest of Exodus, they're starting to make their push over because they see all these smokes. Where there's smoke, there is fire, and there are possible kills. Civ's going to try to hold the line. And Wildcard not even having any of it. They don't want it. Maybe they do. Look at the ice water in this man's veins.
Not even flinching.
Not even flinching. Gonna just sit there. He's like, you know what? I'll just... Huh! Oh no, Jazza! will get the flush on a Civ, but Keenan goes down to the grenade. I thought Taylor might have gotten all of them with that one grenade. Jazz are going to turn it and find Taylor with the flush. Where's the rest of Exodus? Oh,
how is
still
Jazza alive?
Jazza pulling off the miracle play. I don't know why Punij and Drassel weren't really with Taylor on that push. Maybe they just they thought that they knew how many were in here, and Taylor just taken surprised by.
I think maybe he just thought he could clean it up with a bit of utility usage, but Jazza coming out on top of Taylor J there. But again, I don't know where Jazza goes now. It looks like pretty much all the vehicles are gone. As you can see, Free Me Please pushing top of the hill here towards a downed Masterlek, actually. With that M2496X. Interesting combo. Let's see how it works for Empire.
Look, when you got the bullet hose, you want to be able to see very close up where your bullets
I almost
are
wanted to call you Cotton there, just for reference, by the way.
Let's see how it works. Well, Freemy going to come up over the top. He's lost him. He's lost his down player. Hopefully he can find his down player very shortly. How embarrassing. As he comes across, but Aguila not going to let him get the flush for free, as he has found himself a little bit of cover in a compound. Illusion still coming up around the side. Jazza has made his way here. Can he make something happen? Oh, no, he cannot. It looked like he might have had something there for a second. Unfortunately, ends up losing it there. Illusion still have to make their way inside the circle. Aguila actually leaving the compound, going for the res here. This is ballsy by ATC. I love it. Somehow getting away with it for the time being here. Is Illusion just going to drop the smoke wall? I think they realize that Oath is pinging them from south here. And look at this. Oh, okay, he's going to find one. He'll get the flush. Aguila got the res onto Marcelic, though. Oh, but Marcelic is getting popped by Snakers. But he comes over the top. He steals it. Wolf gets his pocket picked. As Marcellus.
Ooh.
Oh, no. Marcelic had the 200 game IQ going for a second, but unfortunately, that's being smart doesn't protect you from bullets. As Oath. Can we just talk about it again? We haven't really looked at Oath, man. They're still 4 up.
Still 4 up. They made it to cube, yeah.
God bless this team. They've only got 3 kills, so they haven't been just
They vibing. They're vibing this game. They got their feet up. They're just they're chilling. They got some lo-fi on. They're just
lo-fi hip hop beats to slay to. that's what they're rolling with. I think they have a good idea that William is behind them as well. You see Wolf just kind of keeping an eye on that cliffside. Meanwhile, Duel, they've lost 1, but the Rage campaign continues as they have Fabled pinned down, or at least 2 have Fabled pinned down into a shack. Boone is going to find a lamp, though, and get the flush as well from Greg's shot. Poonage by himself in the middle of the circle found himself a crate. Uh-oh, Hella!
Nice, Hella.
Quick and clean.
And that's Cherry's second down as well, so I don't think there's any res possibility for Wooly, and he will actually fall to Poonage from an SLR headshot, so that will be Duel going out in 6th place, but definitely signs of life from Duel today. I think that's fair to say, Poro.
Absolutely. They're getting the kills now to go along with the placement that they got yesterday. The placement's been a little bit lower, but not a whole lot. Looks like Duel's got a little pep in their step as Hella take a few shots. They've got 3 up for Fabled. This could be Fabled again, showing some signs of life as well. They were sitting, I think, they were sitting in 18th place with 100 points coming into today. So a good performance from them could do wonders for their late, their tournament run here. As you see, Snakers has just said, F it, YOLO, send it to the center of the circle. Let's see if I can kill some people. And usually when Snakers does that, he finds some. And there you go. Free Me Please gets popped right in the face. Hella, I think, realizes that the monster is right in front of her. And
yeah, spotted Hella there.
Oh, Supernova will get the down. Greg's shot will get the flush. As Snakers maybe biting off a little bit more than he could chew there, but there's still 3 up for Oath here. They're going to find Greg's shot. Greg had a nice little angle going, but Relo spotting him out. Wolf get the flush and make sure that the young bucks making sure that the old man gets a little bit to eat as well. Reload, gonna spot one. Take a few shots, not gonna find it just yet. See Balefrost hopping in the vehicle. Looks like he's making a roundabout, trying to get a good angle. As this is just shots being traded back and forth over the top of the hill. Hella, we've seen what she can do with that thing in her hand. Supernova, I think here's the vehicle from Balefrost. He's going to go out and cheat.
Bale's doing pub star things right now.
This is the flank is always a good idea. The flank in the vehicle, you know, basically telegraphing that you're there is a little bit less so. Bale will make his way down the hill, but okay, Supernova takes a few shots, doesn't land anything, but pretty much gives his position dead away. And here comes the grenade from Balefrost. Is that going to be enough to get him? No, it won't. Both can kill people. They're throwables, not at FTK level just yet. And okay.
Oh, Bale desperately trying to find that one through the smoke. Can't land the last bullet, though, unfortunately. Reload's now going to move up towards the crate. Reload's probably going to find Supernova. He will with the headshot. There we go. Just 3v1 situation now. Oh, a lot of damage coming out on that one, but can't get it. Wolf will find the mini 14 tag. Oath again with 9 kills. Just
5 in a row, dude.
5 in a row on a angle. Just fantastic stuff coming out from them so far, Poro.
5 in a row on our angle. Like, what else can you say at this point? 9 kills. They didn't get double digit. I guess that's something that they slipped on.
If we had to find one thing to criticize them on, yeah.
I mean, why'd they take so long to get to the circle? Come on, guys. I mean, geez, people were getting killed and you weren't even a part of it. What are you doing? Oh man. Now I will say that the Relo Snakers kill tie is now going in favor of Relo. 5 kills over to Relo this time. Snakers only 1. I think that maybe that had something to do with the fact that he just kind of YOLO pushed it up into the middle of everybody. Possibly.
Maybe.
Could be. I don't know. Well, we'll have to see. Other than that, Fable finding themselves in second place with 4 kills. That's good news for them as well. Like we said, they were one of those teams in that cusp group that's looking to make that top 16. Illusion as well. 5 kills in the third place. That's another good game for them. As the boy Ranger going to pick up 4 for himself as Icy Flex goes out a little bit early. Exodus.
I was going to say one thing. I don't know where Duel finished there. We're going to have to look at the scoreboard in between.
6 with 8.
But just in terms of points, I meant where they actually finished and what they put on the board. Because it's going to be interesting to see where they're sat. Obviously, these are their last games today. So 3 games, and they've probably got 40 points to make up to even be in with a chance of going through. And that's not a huge ask for. I mean, a lot of teams. I'd be interested to see where this sits after today, because, like we said, we want teams to be sat around the 120 mark. And I don't actually think it's out of the realms of possibility the way they're playing so far, Poro.
Yeah, well, I mean, for right now, so far, the concern going into this, right, was that you're going to have a couple of teams maybe be cannibalizing all the points. So far, it's only 1.
Exactly.
STK, the wheels have been spinning so far early. I mean, they still got 5 kills, but go out in 10th place this time around. And kind of same bit last game, right? Where they go out early. So really it's just Oath, and the points are there. The points are available for everybody else. They're just gotta be taken. Duel doing their part so far. Let's see if anybody else can do theirs. But right now we're gonna throw it back to our analyst desk to tell us more about why Oath is just so damn good. I just don't know. Tell us, analyst.
You know, I think Poro said it best into that match when he said, what else can you say besides Oath wins 5 Erangel games in a row? That's crazy matchup.
My question comes into play, when does it start counting as cyberbullying? I mean, it's getting pretty ridiculous at this point. They're just walking in and just taking everything away from another 14 teams. Had to do the quick math to subtract 1 there. And it's just dominance at this point. They're not showing any weaknesses that are just easily exploitable. They're getting away with massive plays. It's a pleasure to watch, but it's also kind of painful to watch as you see everybody trying to make something work, and it's not.
Cameron, it's not even like they're getting... The first win was on military. The second win was north of Georgia Pool. Like, Let's go to Stalber next or Milta just to prove that they can. Well, let's look back at that match. Walk me through it. Highlights, Cammy. Go ahead.
I mean, at this point, just going off your previous point about Oath, honestly, I think they could win almost anywhere on Erangel, if not everywhere. They're just that good at the game, and it harkens back to one of the old school great teams of Gorilla Core, G-Core, where they would always play slow and steady through the beginning and then pounce like a tiger once it hit the end game and then found their moment. That really feels like that's very much how Oath plays this game. All of them chime in. Even Wolf, so much attention on Wolf is put towards being the shot caller, but he picks up a fair number of kills as well. It's just, of course, when you're with Balefrost, Snakers, and Relo, you do still end up looking like the odd man out.
There is just so much to unpack from what we're seeing in this, but I think a lot of it comes down to play from Relo. This guy is just consistent. Every single round, he's racking up kill after kill. Last game, walking away with 5 kills and stepping up to go ahead and get the win. I mean, look at it. The team altogether got 9 kills. 5 of those are on Relo himself. I mean, again, going back to the MVP potential candidates, you have to say this guy is one. I know Toffee's Godspeed. You guys have been talking about him for a long time. You have to be excited to see his performance.
I'm excited to see his performance, and I think my main reason for excitement, Cameron, is because we've watched some of these guys play in the MPL for a long time. And we, you were on the desk with me. It was rare that we talked about him specifically. And a lot of these players have finally feels like they found their groove. And we're giving Relo maybe worship that he deserved all along, but we just never really noticed. It's an interesting time.
A lot of times that we did talk about Relo, it was always with the asterisk of he's a good player, but endemic.
Yeah.
So he was. I feel like we did give him a fair bit of recognition as a rookie into the NPL. It's unfortunate that he was on a 10th place team, but now he can really show what he can do. I don't know. I do want to say Snakers should be in the conversation as well. It's going to be a toss-up at the end who's the strongest player, even performance-wise, on that team at the end of this week.
So real quick before we lose this, I do want to point out, yes, Oath has 19 points and another chicken dinner. Good Lord. Duel, you heard Hypoc bring it up at the end of that match. Right. They need to make some plays. They need to earn some points. It's doable. It's duelable, as it goes, for them to get those points to potentially make it into the top 16. And this is going to be the key. Not necessarily placement, but Duel unleashing. Do you remember Matchroom last time we watched them play? They were sort of grinding placement and not getting kills. That's the opposite this time. Duel is coming awake.
Question is it too late? They still have a couple of more games. They've got to step it up. Same thing kind of applies to Illusion. We haven't had a chance to really talk about them, but they have a lot of star performers on them. Ranger, Top Dog, Icy Flex, these guys have held up quite a bit. Meanwhile, we've got to talk about the specific damage and kill counts coming out of that last one. Relo, again, always up at the top of these kill leaderboards. It is such a... I don't know, at what point do you see this steamroll potentially stopping?
Maybe in the grand finals, maybe after the restart. But the reality, Cameron, is we saw them sort of fall off a little bit after the charity showdown, but they're right back on track. They could win this one too.
They could if they continue at this pace. My guess of Sonic staying at the top, I think at this point is not going to come true unless their Miramar falls off of a cliff. They're only 15 points behind. I was way off. I thought they would perform well, but I didn't expect them to continue full on winning on Erangel. It's looking bad. And we also need to mention Shoot to Kill. And I'm going to call out Matchroom specifically only because he put them as his prediction. Have not had the best of days. It hasn't been the worst of days, but it is not the Shoot to Kill that we have come to expect.
Especially the fact that we keep seeing it in chat and everybody talk about it's like, oh, Shoot to Kill always has to chase the circle. Not that last game, they didn't. They went with a very greedy split, and it blew up in their face. You saw that Luke 12 was at the top of the damage charts, but I think that was against one team because remember how long he was just soloed over there fighting a team by himself? We just didn't see them really regroup very quickly. They still managed to walk away with some points, but I agree. I think that what it looks like right now is we have a team that's going to perform well on Erangel, which could be Oath. On the other side of that, once we go to Miramar, that could be Shoot to Kill's time.
Overall kills, top 5. Wins still up there, but I said I'm throwing the gauntlet down earlier about Relo will pass him in a couple of games. It's happening a lot faster than I expected. Relo's coming out, 54 kills now, and continues to climb. Snaker's right behind him. Snaker's another player who we've been kind of quiet on in the last 2 weekends or so. He's been a little more low-key than I'm used to sort of seeing Snaker's, but it feels like he's really getting his feet under him. It's been exciting to see. Luke 12 down on the bottom. Talking about the damage, Cameron.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to adjust too much. Oath have already been at the top of damage above Sonics. I said this literally like 35 minutes ago. Comparing playstyles, Oath are going to have a little more damage, and it's not going to change too much, but Snakers is still leading the top of these charts. And Billfrost as well, even though he's not up there necessarily with kills compared to Relo and Snakers, he is still proving that he is as much of a part of this unit as anyone else.
I will say, Matt, it's interesting. Hwyn only has 3,000 less damage than Snakers in first place, though Hwyn is the kill leader. Seems like he's batting a little bit of cleanup.
Well, it's also consistency that could be coming into play as well, and how they just choose to go for their kills versus just choosing to go for very long-range pot shots. You often see Sonics, and even shoot to kill at different times, that are holding long-range positions and just peppering in shots through windows and stuff like that. You get it down, but you can't always get a kill off of it. But you can knock down armor, you can make them burn through meds. Those are all useful things, but it's kind of hard whenever you're looking at kills and seeing that as absolute success, where sometimes getting a knock on a guy that's peeking you in the window lets your team rotate, but you're not going to end up with a kill due to it.
Absolutely. Cameron, what were your big takeaways? What was your favorite moments of that match? What did you really enjoy seeing, and what are you hoping for in the next one? Or?
I like the fact that there were more teams sort of in the mix of it this time around, which I expected that for the Miramar, for the military island game, which wasn't the case, but it was this time around, which is a little strange. But it's good to see that these teams like Fabled, Illusion, that they're still coming in. Duel especially, I do think it is too late for them, but they are finally coming together as a team, and hopefully this will give them the sort of motivation to stick it together, because these are some really good players on that squad.
Matchroom, any thoughts?
More cruel circles. That's all I want right now. I just want to see something else just nasty and watch the players have to deal with it.
Yeah, maybe let's go to the opposite side of the map and see if Oath can do it on all sides. That said, it sounds like we're getting ready to load the plane up. We're going to head over to Erangel for our last Erangel match of the day to see who can take home the chicken dinner. Let's go to Professor Porosaurus and Pockadoodle-Doo.
I definitely preferred the previous one.
I
don't know what emote I'm supposed to do for Pockadoodle-Doo.
Pockadoodle-Doo. It's just like a chicken with a really thick beard, you know? Maybe?
Sure. Okay.
Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah. Well, I don't know, man. Is Duel going to take 3 in a row?
Duel?
Not Duel. Jesus.
I was gonna say, what games have I been missing where Duel are winning 3 in a row?
Like we were talking about Duel before we came into here, but we'll get to that. But if Oath can take 3 in a row, man, what does that say about the NA scene? Maybe I'm getting a little bit philosophical about it.
Yeah, getting a little bit deep over there, Poro.
I'm getting a little bit deep, I guess.
Let's just leave it as Oath are playing out of their minds right now. They are playing some fantastic PUBG. And again, you know, for argument's sake, that's like the worst circle they can see, right? And they still manage to get themselves to as dominant a position as Cube and then take absolute control of the endgame.
How they even end up getting Cube in that case is beyond me. I kind of lost track of them, really, whenever they made their rotation in during Circle 1. They were just kind of, you know, there was a lot of fights going on at the center of the circle, and, you know, we just didn't really see Oath getting involved until late game. But, man, they just, it's the ability to keep 4 up and get into late game despite having, a bad circle or in any of these other games having circles where they have to fight it out for the first, you know, through the mid-game. The fact that they're able to keep 4 up that late consistently is, you know, huge. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's probably the thing that I'm most impressed by this team.
Yeah, and we talk about, you know, teams having much better chances of winning a game with 4 up. It's the way they use 4 in these team fights. Again, that first game with the fight against 303, that last game there with, and again, I kind of joked about it, but Bale's flank around there, that's just confidence play right there. You know, they know that they can just pinch from all different angles on them and take an absolute stranglehold on the circle.
Well, speaking of circles, let's see what we're going to get this time around. We went Millie last time. We were north. Let's go all the way to the west. As that's not a terrible circle, though. I mean,
again, it's probably second on the list for circles Oath don't want to see.
Probably, definitely up there, as this thing will cut all the way to the west, as you said. Oath going to loot up around Milta Power, but as we've seen in Game 2 today, the fact that the circle was all the way around, all the way on the other side of the world from them, really didn't end up mattering too much at the end of the day. As we check in on Exodus, wide split just north of Primorsk, all along the southern part of the western side of the main island. Pat Cap's down by the beach. Drassel just north of Poonage and Quarry. Taylor all the way on the west coast. Exodus, I mean, I guess it stands to reason since Oath has been going so bananas, right? But we haven't really talked about too many of these other teams that we've been keeping an eye on as far as making it into today. Exodus, I mean, we've seen them in a kill feed a couple of times. We haven't seen them late game. I mean, that last game they made it kind of late. But other than that, just kind of hovering around ninth right now. 150.
Yeah, I mean,
points.
if you look at it from a different perspective, I'd say a team like Dodge, in my eyes, is underperforming just purely because of how insane they look throughout the qualifying stages, throughout the open lobbies. And now to get to this level and not necessarily look lost. They don't look like, they're just completely outclassed here, but we've not seen them even perform to, half of the potential we know they're capable of. And I think actually you talk about a team at the bottom of kind of the cutoff area and then Exodus. I don't think we've seen Exodus perform anywhere near what we know that roster is probably capable of. And we talked about this a little just before we went live today, Poro, and it's an interesting discussion because this is... I mean, they're not recycled players. This is, 3/4 of the old God Squad roster, right? These guys have been around the block. They've played a lot of PUBG. Poonage was on, obviously, FlyQuest formerly, and obviously then the Ghost Academy. Two really well-performing teams. And I guess for me, the bar was set a lot higher. But when you compare the two, I mean, they're doing what's necessary, right? But is that going to make you happy? Is just getting top 16 going to make you happy?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing, right? That's the part that we're kind of disappointed in, I guess, is because you look at that roster on paper, you look and you see players that on their old teams were the highlight reel players, right? I mean, they were the guys that were getting the frags, they were pulling off the nutty plays. I mean, Taylor back in the day for E United was doing insane stuff. Drassel, the same with Ghost. I mean, Pat Cap for Envy. I mean, these were your star players on all these teams, and now you put them together on a roster, which on paper looks bananas, and it just hasn't started working out just yet. Taylor.
Who was it before the fourth? I guess that was playing
Vegas.
with God Squad.
Oh, with God Squad,
like the original God Squad.
So it was Drassel. It was Pat Caps.
That's testing my memory. I'm thinking PGI Burbank times.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. Shoosh. I can't even remember right now.
Somebody, as soon as this catches up with the stream, chat will correct us instantly. I know.
So I got to keep an eye out for 10 minutes from now to remember. But it looks like Taylor will get out of this pickle that he was in here temporarily. 64 up. Another team that needed to be having a decent day so far. They have just been, well, let's face it, they've been food for STK early on in both games here.
Yeah. As a shout out to Machine Gunner in chat doing some live coaching in the Twitch chat today. So always love to see that. Shout out to my boy Owen.
You gotta start charging for those sessions, man.
Yeah.
If you're good at something, you gotta make sure you get paid for it, right? Well, Dodge, as you said, we kind of keep an eye on them. They were 13th coming into today, and they've since been passed and now in 14th with 113 points. And if that 120-130 area is what we're thinking is going to be the cutoff, Dodge, they don't have a whole lot of work to do to get there, but they just haven't been doing it yet. You got to feel like they would feel a lot more comfortable if they could be sitting, if they could have just a good day and be sitting around 140. I mean, you'd feel a lot better. You know, we also said we were going to touch on Duel a little bit. You know, they've had two decent games now after having a decent day yesterday with 28 points, and now they're sitting with 85 points when we're looking at like a 16th is like 100, 110 right now.
Yeah, I memean, Cammy's already written them off.
Fair enough.
I'm still hopeful. I'm just saying that I said before we went live that, you know, it was becoming more and more mathematically improbable that they were going to make it. But the start to the day is absolutely what they needed. They've got points on the board. If they can win a couple of games, I definitely don't think they're out of the running. I really, really don't. And again, here comes the problem where we have to sit back and watch the games and Duel, you know, as well. They need to sit back, and you know their fate gets decided by another 8 teams that are going to play tomorrow.
And you could see on your leaderboard there the teams that will be playing tomorrow that are all kind of around them. Comet, Snow Patrol, Team Clueless way down there at the bottom. Carnage.
Again, I'm going to play devil's advocate here. If those are the teams that you're competing with to go live tomorrow, I'm sorry, Duel's chances are still pretty good at making it, because we haven't seen an awful lot out of Comets. We haven't seen a lot out of Snow Patrol. Team Clueless, we haven't seen an awful lot out. Livid have decided not to carry on playing. Tried their luck in another event going on tonight. We won't talk about that. But you know,
just say they have plenty of time to watch now. How about that?
Yeah, they got their feet up. They're watching the stream. But if you look at the other teams that are going to be playing tomorrow, I don't mean to be the toxic one, but I fancy their chances if they finish strong today, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's toxic at all. I mean, we're just looking at the numbers, right? I mean, the numbers are there. The numbers that we've seen these teams right around that 16th place cutoff, what they've been able to pull off, you know, the best days that they've been able to pull off. And right now it seems like Duel is in the middle of having their best days. You know, obviously yesterday with placement points was great. The kills weren't really there, so they probably would have loved to have gotten a little bit more out of what they were able to put together yesterday as far as placement. But, you know, that day is over. We're on to today, and so far through 2 games, looking good as we see where our next circle goes. And right
Love
over
to see
the
that.
Gatka Fields.
Love to see that.
Love to see a wild card right there in the middle. Looks like Keenan going to hop in the vehicle as the rest of the boys are as well. We'll join up with Jazza to the north of Chopsticks there. Duel, meanwhile, are in a nice little position to the south of Everest. We'll see where they decide to go. Illusion was holding the top of the mountain and presumably have scouted out a pretty nice rotation for themselves. The only reason to go up there really is to spot out whatever you can see, maybe do a little ADR farming. Uh-oh, Lush. You got it. Hey, he's got it. He's got it.
You got the dip.
He's got it. Yeah, Liberate going to take the south side that Wildcard just gave up on. Meanwhile, it looks like our only possible fights maybe between Dodge and Fabled in the northwest, and then you've got a Theris 64 up and Exodus on the southwest that may run into each other. See a few shots getting traded back and forth between the Theris right now. Oh, there you go. Tanaka actually going to find and flush Young Crop as Dodge. That is not what they needed here, as we just got finished talking about. They want to get as many points as they can, and they're already losing one here.
Yeah. Do you know what I miss seeing? I miss seeing how many circles would end on Chopsticks back in the day. Yeah. Before I guess before we had all the super settings and stuff, like the old school Chopsticks ending, Gatka Field endings, they were some of my favorites.
Had some beautiful finishes around there. We also had some absolutely hideous finishes around there. We were doing a little bit of reminiscing yesterday as we sat around watching the games, talking about the old days of before they had the land ratios and before they did the swim changes, we got to see the mermaid games.
Radio Tower and
Radio
Chopsticks
Towers.
They were some good spots to see end games.
Well, yeah, I think we were talking about the Razak Island.
Yeah.
You know, places that we just haven't
Shout
really
out
seen.
Totality.
Shout out Totality. Shout out Interra Dolphin. Things we miss. Hopefully we'll get to see that again
Taylor
soon,
J
yeah.
finding himself in harm's way again, and it's 64 up.
Well, he's got the rest of the boys with him this time.
Yeah, Drassel's here to provide some support, but I'm feeling like his best bet is to get out of here, and he's going to hop straight back into Dace here and ride into the sunset. As Taylor J is left to traverse on foot across the field, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit of a timing issue there. I mean, these are all teams that were just outside of the circle on the southwestern side, and 64 up managed to get priority onto priority. Just a couple of seconds before Exodus did.
I'm sorry. That's God Compound. I'm sorry.
Is it God? So
Yeah,
this was another thing that we
we were talking about this last night. That's
Yeah.
God Compound. Everybody in chat that thinks this is called God Compound, we're 64 upper right now. Please type 1 when this catches up, because you're going to prove me right, and it's going to be a fantastic moment.
And if you think it's priority, slap that 2 in the chat so we can see where we're sitting in 2020 PUBG as we get another shift.
Chopsticks,
Right
let's go.
on top of the sticks. Looking good for a classic Erangel ending here is Liberate holding down their spot on the southern side of Chopsticks, but they do have Tactical 8 crashing onto the compound just to their south. Haven't seen any shots traded out just yet, but Duel is also trying to send it towards the Chopsticks. Ooh, they're going to make it. Oh!
Ooh, Penta.
Penta going to get that last little lick in right before Cherry made it into the ditch, so got to get the res off, but Cherry is going to be like, damn, Penta, okay, I'm sorry. There we go. Res has come through. Wildcard has a little bit of a decision to make here. How long do you think is too long to hold the 2-2 split that they're working right now?
I mean, it's aggro. Hopefully they have an option to regroup. I say aggro, but purely for this reason we're seeing right now. 2 members of Wildcard able to punish anybody that comes into this dip, or at least pressure them. Not necessarily punish and convert any of that, but obviously the other 2 members being fed the information from Penta's side of the split. I'm not sure, depending on the... Oh, okay, now
There
it's
we
a problem.
go. Oh no, Keenan with the quick trigger finger is going to find Oath.
Oh,
Wolfie
Penta!
Balefrost is going to go down to Penta as well, and here comes the rest of Wildcard collapsing right on top of us in the nick of time. But Jazza is going to get spotted by Snakers and Relo, and that is going to take care of him. Sharpshot going to try to take a few shots from the backside here, but Oath running into a brick wall in the form of Wildcard right off the bat. Snakers got a good grenade. Oh no, he goes down. He had the grenade out.
Relo's going to put Sharpshot down as well. Snake is going to flush himself out. It's just Relo up in the unpushable now. See if he can defend this against the last 2 members of Wildcard.
See if this thing lives up to its name. All right, Keenan will be pre-firing every single corner as he's got Pentalol with him.
Relo's got out.
Okay, Relo with a nice little angle here. It's only going to take a few minutes before Keenan and Pentalol will probably figure this out. They're going to take their time with it, though. They're going to throw the Molotov in, not see anybody running out just yet. Meanwhile, Fabled destroy Atheris off in the distance. This was going on in the blue, just
The
south of
question
hospital.
comes there, Poro. If Sharpshot's managed to get away and give the information over to them,
Oh.
it looks like they have. Yeah, Relo's going to get spotted out here on the backside of the building. Sharpshot's still downed. I guess he maybe just peeked that corner and called out to his teammates that Relo was on the outside.
He needs to be careful. That was a real wide peak, but he can afford to do that. So, that's not the flashbang you wanted.
Okay.
It's like, you son of a gun. All right, Relo, slow playing this. They're fortunate that they're able to get away with this right now because
Relo's reading the
nobody
res.
else-
He's reading the res.
Oh my God, he gets one.
No.
Turn it around.
No.
Relo.
No.
Relo with a 2-piece and wild card immediately has this turned around on him. Oh my goodness, Relo.
Dude, I was about to say, Relo has bought so much time. Sharpshot bleeding out. Wildcard had that. Actually, we're jumping on here. Actually, yeah, Liberate getting crashed on Poro. Take it.
Liberate getting crashed on Illusion, sending the full crash, and Liberate losing 3 almost instantaneously. It's down to just Guabi now. He's going to try to throw a grenade preemptively, or maybe that's a smoke. I'm not sure. The grenade will find one. Icy Flex gets roasted, but free me, please. Will find Guabi. Liberate going down early yet again. Another team that needed to have a decent day here. We were wondering which is the real Liberate, the week 1 Liberate or week 2, and so far week 2 seems to be the winner, as 64 up will also finish off Fabled, as we have fights going on all over the West Coast here. STK just to the south right now. I think they were taking shots off in the distance. They might have heard this. I think Uncivil and Alo may be creeping up. You can see their little triangles on the mini map. See if Dirty's in. Gets res here. If he can feed over some information. Oh no, hard shifts. Maluk's gonna land these. Goodness. Okay.
I do want to just come back to that Reload play quickly. I was about to say, Reload buying so much time there whilst Sharpshot was still bleeding out. I think he read that. He read that perfectly. That eventually they were going to opt to go for the res to try and keep 3 up. As you said, just baited them both out into the open. He waited to take the shots late enough so he could take 2 separate 1v1s. The first down coming in and the second counter peak. Just that right there is a demonstration of just how talented Relo is. To be able to read that situation so well. Just completely outplayed them.
Textbook solo play. As Purdy will send it on a motorcycle. I'm not sure where he's going. Maybe seeing who shoots at him. And yep, he's going to get shot at by Exodus, and you can see immediately his teammates. Gonna take a look over there and see if they can find any angle. But Purdy finding himself stuck behind a camel buried underground. All right, what do you do now, Kurt? Your motorcycle's destroyed. Your teammates are driving past you. Everything's falling apart. Life is a Taylor Swift song. And now you've also got rid of your hardcover.
Not a Taylor Swift song, a Natasha Bedingfield song, actually.
Okay, fair enough.
Kurt will fall there to the SLR pack caps. That one's going to get confirmed. And
even the best players make mistakes sometimes.
Yeah.
Chat.
blowing
up your own hardcover is definitely one of them. As Civ and Alo, in the meantime, have found themselves a lovely rock. We'll see if that holds up well for him. Next circle about to pop. Exodus right on the southern edge. And there you go. They're going to have to make moves. They know exactly where STK is. They know exactly how many of STK are there. So the question is, with 3 up, do they try to crash this? Meanwhile, looks like 303 are going to be sending it in. Not sure where they're planning on going, but it looks like they're planning on just crashing into the T8 compound, and they are going to pay the price as Voxic and Honey Badger immediately go down. D-Rich and Landoon make it, but Landoon gets taken down. D-Rich down to about 15 HP, is trying to survive. He blows up the vehicle, but T8 blood is in the water. They know exactly what's going on here. Here comes the Viking funeral. And there it is. It's going to hit him.
Burning.
Oh, it hits him just a little bit late though. He got the heel off. Now he can try to go for another one. D-Rich doing his best to stop, drop, and roll. There's T8.
That nade.
Oh boy. Oh, he's alive.
What?
He's alive with 1 HP.
Oh my god.
D-Rich is actually the Terminator. Somehow still alive, and now Steezy gets actually Grizzly got taken out, I believe, by one of the Exodus boys. Steezy traded it back, but D-Rich, he's actually made of adamantium. He's 100% Wolverine here. At this point, if you're tactical aid, do you even think that there's somebody there? There's like no way that anybody could have survived all that.
They invested a lot of utility there, Poro, I'm not going to lie. And, I mean, you can see somebody actually holding from outside the... and Steezy getting 2 cheeky little kills there.
All right. Well, now Pack
I mean, Steezy's still fixated this way, so... Well, yeah, Packcast by himself just takes on 2 of SDK. As you do.
As one does, apparently.
Yes.
As STK goes out in 9th. D-Rich, let's see if he can... He's basically the guy from Doom at this point. Just nothing keeping him alive but sheer anger. As ATC is getting full-on crashed here by hard shifts. Out in the middle of the fields. They've got a little bit of a vehicle for it, but guess what? Hard shifts have Molotovs. As a... Oh, Maro. Oh, he can back up into it. He backs up into it. He's just outside of the smoke cloud as well, I believe. And yeah, Loeb's going to spot him. Aguila is just hiding for as long as he can here, hoping that maybe another team goes out in front of him. This is hard shifts. As long as Loeb's doesn't get downed and flushed here, this is a pretty clean, free win for hard shifts. There goes his hard shift. Oh, God, Aguila. Those exploding hay bales have been a huge impact on this game. Aguila with the 200 IQ, throwing the grenade and immediately flushes Loeb's. And hard shifts loses one for free.
Yeah, Aguila's just causing so many problems for them. And again, hard shifts word isn't it iconic that Maluk is back in Tempo Reds holding on to this with a completely different team, but they called Tempo Reds for a reason. Back in the day of Gatka Field endings, that was their territory for sure.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. Well, Duel has managed to make their way to the top 8 yet again. This time, once again with 4 up, just what we like to see. Tactical 8, just to their south. They have to make their way in. 5 kills for them. Duel sitting on 3 currently. But they have Illusion full 4-manning inside this compound, and that is a problem right now. As Duel has to figure out what they want to do. Relo somehow still alive, as Top Dog's just going to go ahead and dome Icy Flex just for funsies. Sometimes you just wiggle peek too much. And Pat Cap's going to try to hold off the entirety of Tactical 8 for a little bit. Going to get away with it for the time being, but Beams will get a shot in. Pat Cap, Serpentine, nope. In the end, Beams will get the down and the flush. Looks like our boy from Oath has also been spotted out and flinched out. So Oath will not get 6 in a row, chat. Only 5.
I mean, Relo's done all we could have wanted in this game, to be fair. I actually see massive utility usage coming out from Duel here. Totally going to get Free Me Please down. That's a massive entry for Duel here.
Illusion. They're trying to hold the line right now, but Tony V going to find another one. No, doesn't get the down just yet. As Duel put down the perfect smoke wall to get here. Lamp's going to go down, though, as Icy Flex will land the shots he needs. Top Dog will find Wooly, but Tony will find Top Dog. And we are down to a 2v1. Tony knows exactly where these players are. Lampalot bleeding out on the side. Illusion needs to realize the situation. They need to read this. Realize that they're in a 2v1. Don't let him go for this res. And that's exactly what Icy Flex is doing. He'll come out, but he'll look the wrong way as Tony will take him down. Does he get the flush, though? No, not yet. Yes, he will. And now Illusion. Ranger. Tony's just making his way through the building, trying to see if he can get a couple more flush. No, he goes for the grenade. Tony reading it like a book. 8 kills for Duel. And they are still in this thing, but the circle has smooshed way, way far away. This is rough stuff. Tony with 5 kills, though.
I mean, I said they need 35 from the last 3 games to even stand a chance. They've just put 12 on the board, right? 3rd place, 8 kills.
Ooh.
So... No, not even that. Third place. They put 13 on the board.
Absolutely. Things looking way up for Duel right now as Tony clutches out. That was always going to be a difficult push into that compound.
It was sloppy. It definitely wasn't a clean take, but they come out on top, and you can't take anything away from that.
Absolutely. It was always going to be difficult. Illusion proving to be a very formidable opponent when dug in like a tick. The Duel coming out on the lead, but now he's got a long walk ahead of him. and he's got the entirety of hard shifts looking at him. Look at all those triangles staring over in that direction. Tactical 8, meanwhile, has control of the south. They're sending beams out wide on the eastern side to see what he can see. Nobody off to the west just yet for T8, though. They've left Steezy and Grizzly to the back, maybe finding just a small bit of high ground to work with. As Grizzly going to take a few Car 98 shots over towards Tony V. Not going to find any joy just yet. Tony should have about 8 people's worth of smokes in his backpack right now, though. So whatever Duel didn't use in getting over to the compounded illusion was that Tony maybe picked up off of illusion. He's going to spot him out, but Tony will get to the next cloud just in time. No shots landing just yet. And the problem for Tony here is that nobody from hard shifts or T8 are looking at each other yet.
Yeah. I mean, it depends how much utility Tony's got. He can buy himself a lot of time, but I don't think the fight between hard shifts and Tactical 8 comes out before Tony can find himself. Oh, there he gets spotted out. There you go, yeah.
As soon as he went
unfortunate, but
yeah, you take
kind of expected in this scenario. It's kind of expected.
Absolutely. I mean, he did an admirable job of trying to get up there. And all right, now we're left with the 4v3 hard shifts T8. Both of these teams needing some points here to be comfortable. You can see where they lie right now. Hard shifts a little bit safer. They're feeling comfortable in 6th. But T8, this could be huge for them. If they get this win, this could be stamping their ticket to the grand finals. Let's see, J-Sank just keeping an eye. Nobody really making moves for either team just yet.
Go on.
Okay, J-Sank trying to see if he can get a little height. That's pretty much the only way he can do it right now. Meanwhile, T8, the 2 that are in circle, are snaking it out. Just listening for any footsteps at this point. Hard shifts looking a little bit better here. They've got some hard cover. As you can see, Maluk working his way around the UAZ. T8, on the other hand, doesn't really have much. They've got terrain, they've got some hills to hide around, and that's about it. Some shots coming out. Okay, Chubba. Ooh. He's going to find the opening down on the beams, and that's going to turn this thing into a 3v3. And now T8. They've got one US to hide behind, but this is closer to the edge. Nobody really has prio onto the center of the circle. William, you can see crawling, making his way up. All of T8 opting to go for the belly slide. Hard shifts instead opting to be on foot. Hard shifts definitely the aggressor in this fight. Which side do you take on this one?
I mean, for me, I prefer hard shift setup. They're a lot more spread. They're going to have split angles on any of this, but again, the trade possibility comes out for Tactical 8. If anybody overextends on the side of hard shifts, Tactical 8 are close enough that they can trade those kills out. So, I mean, it's early days in the 2 minutes that we might see this one pan out, but I prefer hard shift setup. Maluk's going on a little. He's going to kind of play insurance policy and let J-Sank and Chubba hold down the center angles, but nobody from Tactical 8 really has any information on this. It looks like Maluk's already spotted something out. He's going to get Grizzly first.
We get actually J-Sank coming across as well, and that's going to be one more as Houston hard shifts. Okay, nice. Chubba with the nade. Perfectly played there by Houston hard shifts, and let it begin. The debate. Is it better to be on foot and searching around, or is it better to try to snake it out? This time around, Houston hard shifts being on foot, taking that aggressive stance, ends up being the victor. But who knows? T8, they still managed to get second place with 8 kills for themselves as well. So definitely a good chunk of change picked up by those boys. But hard shifts, Cammy said at the beginning of the day, we really haven't been giving these guys as much love as they probably are warranted, as they've been jumping.
They've been quietly doing work and consistently as well. So Yeah, absolutely. Hats off to them. It's the third. Can't remember last time we saw a win coming out of them. I don't think we saw one last week. Maybe in the first week, but it's been a long time since we've seen them at winning out a game. And that one was in relatively dominant fashion. They fought for the tempo reds early and they secured their side of Gatka Field. Just absolutely nothing you can fault them on there.
Not at all. 11 kills as well to go throw in the chamber. Tony V, after clutching it out for the boys, manages to get a third-place finish there for Duel. 8 kills for them as well. So that's going to be a nice little chunk going to their campaign, trying to keep them alive in this thing. Going down the leaderboard, Relo, I mean, that was an incredible solo play against Wildcard, but still going out in 7th with 4 kills. So a little bit of a slide for them. We'll see if they can pick that up. But now they're going into Miramar, man. They're going into Miramar. We'll see what the analyst desk has to say about this. Can Oath keep things going, or is this the beginning of the end now that they're going over to Miramar? Guys, tell us all about it.
Well, I think our big takeaway is that Oath did not take a second hat trick. A lot of us were hoping a little bit, I think, maybe to see it happen for the first time. I do want to give a shout-out to the guys, Poro and Hypoc. They're done casting for the day. They get to sit back, relax, and watch the last 2 games. Great job, gentlemen. I loved your Erangel coverage. Interesting game. We saw superstar plays from Relo as he sort of got back at wildcard for his team. And Tony V coming alive in that fight down by Chopsticks. That was incredible. Honestly, I hope it's in the highlights because it was a master's class in just sort of like outthinking your opponent's next move. Every time they tried to play on him, Cameron, he was 2 steps ahead.
Yeah, I do want to say that it was a little bit of a confusion, and I don't know if it was comms that were the issue, but Illusion through that. And there's always a point of when it's a 1vx like that situation is, you have to put some of the blame on the team with the advantage. But Tony V, if he didn't step up to the plate like he did, he wouldn't have been able to find those opportunities that Illusion gave him on a silver platter. It was like, here's Reeler right here. Wildcard also kind of through this as well, just both of them running across that open straight. They should have known that Relo was in that corner. And so the fact that no one was holding that angle is just, I don't know, maybe nerves got to them as well just because of how far Sharpshot had bled out.
Meanwhile, we have the plays coming off to the side of it. You can see there's pretty much a tangled mess of grenades and Molotovs being thrown everywhere around this little section of the map. But in tried and true Gatka Fields play, you can see that a lot of people are going to have to start dropping down using the control. Tony V, here's your big play. He knew every single point at which he needed to move forward. He was bouncing around. He was juking him the whole time. But now, oh, God, I'll say it. I'll be the one to say it. I hate Gatka Fields endings, man. Everybody just drops down. Everybody's just sneaking around. There's snakes all over the place. But good heads-up positioning coming up from Luke, knowing how they're going to be approaching, getting inside, waiting for those smokes to plume out, and then the moment everybody steps forward, he just has a beautiful angle on him to finish out the round.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hardshifts pulled the Samuel L. and said, I'm tired of the snakes in these bushes. They stood up, they walked around, they killed what they needed to, and they played the aggressive way. I mean, Gatka Fields, that's the nature of it, right? Is if you're outmanned or outgunned, you just crawl and hope that you're second to last because the team who's got the big brass and stands up is the one that usually wins that thing. Though I do want to say, we only saw Tony V one of those kills. He spent half that fight flashed and was still continuously moving around, getting plays. He got one of his kills, I think, while blinded. So very, very cool to see. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard, though, Cameron. I'll let you talk us through this one.
The Houston Hardships come out on top, 11 kills, 21 points, and they were already in a really, really comfortable position, so this shouldn't change too much. I am looking mostly at Duel, a team that were down bottom of the barrel coming into this weekend, starting to step it up. Is it too late? I think it might still be, however. If they come out huge on Miramar, it could maybe crawl them into the top 16.
Bro, Jabroni is out there in chat. Flexing all over this. Go ahead, Matcham.
Wildcard was in a great position to start making their way up the leaderboard. Really, they had a couple of good games. But now, today, they just have been suffering a little bit, especially these last 2 rounds. Only walking away with, I think it's like 2 points, maybe 3 points in the game before this one. No surprise, though. Top of our kill leaderboard is going to be Tony V without that outstanding play that he had where he was just ripping apart a team. Back behind that as well, Beams, Relo still can't be stopped. Doesn't matter where Oath goes down at. Lobes and Top Dog rounding out our top 5.
Mine may be prime time, but Tony V is made for TV as he comes out, puts up a really spectacular 5K in that game, and I think maybe makes Duel part of the conversation. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard just to see exactly if that's happening. And Duel has managed to climb to 19th place. They've got 98 points. They are actually in striking distance of 16th at this point. The problem, Cameron, is they're in Group A.
2 games left. That's the problem. They need to have 2 solid Miramar games. And let me just look up my trusty numbers. How good are they on Miramar? It's probably not going to look great because they're kind of not good until the last 2 games anyway. Okay, so they're better on Miramar. The numbers do show. They are better on Miramar, so hopefully that gives them a little bit of a lifeline.
Are they
Perhaps
20 to 30 points good enough is the question to coming into play on this one. So
I mean,
statistically, no. In my heart, I want to say yes.
All it takes is one big one. Kills, let's take a look at the overall leaderboard kills. Relo has passed Huyn and now holds 58. But remember, Oath only plays today. They are not here tomorrow, as the Sonics will have a chance to come back and answer the numbers that Oath put up right now.
So now we're going to take a quick look at damage. Snakers still hold up that top spot, and I got to say, it's going to be hard to catch him. Even with a day off tomorrow, that's 2,000 points. Okay, it's like 1,900 points ahead of Balefrost, who's also on his team. Then we definitely break the 2,000-point mark, and that's going to be where Luke 12 just has to step it up. I mean, think about it. You have to get 20% of the total damage you've done through the whole event so far tomorrow to take that #1 position.
It's about Oath and Sonics. It's been their show for much of the weeks that we've been watching, and if I'm a team that doesn't have a circular logo, I'm thinking about investing in one right now, because clearly it is a key to success, Cameron. These 2 teams have been non-stop games. Like, they just dominate.
Yeah, and what I have to ask, though, is where is the third part of this love triangle? Where is STK? It's not even the final day. Why are they choking now? It's a little early for that.
Whoa.
Whoa. Coming in with the fire right off the get-go. Should be noted, they're also not on the assist board either. That still maintains dominance with that chokehold at the top. First, second, third, Balefrost, Sneakers, and Reload respectively. Huh.
Wait. If you thought that last comment was edgy, how about this one? Does Keenan get assists from that terrible flash that stopped the push last round?
Oh man, you're just
does that bump his numbers up even more? I'm in some mood right now.
Yeah, you are some kind of way. In case you guys were curious, it just clicked over to 9 o'clock in Cammy's time zone. You've heard of changing into a pumpkin after apparently 9. Camera just turns into Toxic. So Toxic Cammy is here, and I'm glad to have you. Add a little bit of spice to our panel. But that was a fun game.
Got to bring
Go
some
ahead.
entertainment.
Yeah, well, some. That said, though, it was a good game. Oath did not win. Which, kind of sad, but also I think a positive, as they were sucking up a heck of a lot of the points that were available. Teams like Duel seem to be waking up in the late stages of this series. And honestly, though, Matchum, seeing Duel start to perform gives me hope, because whether or not they make 16, they've got relegations right around the corner.
Yeah, that's the story. Can they break it? Can they get up to that position? Can they get into the top 16? There is the outside chance. They've managed to rack up pretty high point games these last 2 rounds. But the problem is, it's all pressure on your last 2 games to break through.
Yeah.
That's a very big mental block to come through, to rebound this high. If they have a bad next game, can they come back and just try to get 20 points in the next game? That's hard to do.
We'll find out in due time as we get ready for the penultimate game of the penultimate day of the PCS North American Series. We do have to take a short break so that everyone can get a bit of a rest and the players can take care of their business. We'll be back in just 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series. Let's take a look at what PUBG Esports has in store for North America. Even though COVID-19 has turned the world upside down, PUBG Esports is committed to the safety of our players and the continued spirit of healthy competition. We've reloaded the 2020 esports season with a slate of competitive online events that will rival the success of the 2019 PUBG Global Championship. The PUBG Esports 2020 season kicks off with the Charity Showdown. From there, the season breaks into two tiers, Pro and Challenger, leading to a PCS Finals event. The 2014 Group Stage begins Friday, May 29th, and takes place each weekend for the next 3 weeks. The top 16 teams move on, while the bottom 8 teams face relegation against the top challenger teams in the NA Challenger Cup. For the Grand Finals, we're bringing back the Pick'em Challenge, so fans can get in on the action by predicting the winners. The Group Stage will award a prize pool all on its own, paid out to the top 16 teams, with opportunities to earn bonuses based on performance. After advancing to the PCS1 Grand Finals, the stakes are raised yet again, as teams battle it out for their share of the $200,000 prize pool. In the Grand Finals, a single misplay can mean the difference of thousands of dollars. This entire process will repeat all over again for Phase 2. As the season rolls along, we'll continue to announce more developments, so be sure to follow @PUBG Esports on Twitter and Instagram to join the conversation. Your feedback helps guide us as we continue to grow PUBG Esports together. Thank you for being an essential part of the community wherever you are in the world, right side up or upside down. We hope you'll join us for an unforgettable year with the PUBG Continental Series.
Welcome back. Glad to have you guys return. It was the longest 10 minutes of my life, and I assume it was for you as well. But worry not, we're together again as we move into the final 2 matches of the day. We're going to move to Miramar to see which teams come out on top. Group A is rapidly running out of time to make a statement as we see Duel trying to be the lone survivors from the bottom half of the A group. Let's take a look at the schedule. 2 Miramar games left to play, and then tomorrow we're back with 3 Erangel, 3 Miramar, and B and C. So remember, 2 left for A, and that is all they have left to play. Kill points per 1 point system, about the same as it always has. First place is 10. Everything down from there is not a whole lot, as kill points have really determined the winners in these tournaments recently. Let's look at the overall prize breakdown for this stage. It is first place for $5,000, 16th gets $2,000, and 17th through 24 get a big old donut. We do have bonus prizes, $500 each for the players with the highest kills, assists, knocks, and damage, $500 to the team with the most chicken dinners, and $500 to the tournament MVP that you will have a chance to vote for on Twitter at the end of day on Sunday. So make sure you stay tuned for that, and you'll hear me talk more about it as we get even closer to the actual happening. That said, why do you want to win? It's not just about the $5,000. It's about the chance to go to the top 16 and win the big money, the $200,000 grand prize. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Matchroom and the Cammy D here talking about the action. I think tomorrow you guys are going to be bringing us some of the action, so I'm excited about that. I love your microphone, Cameron. It looks like you're always going to break out into song.
Yeah.
Do you have one for us?
You never know when the inspiration hits you.
That was exactly what I hoped.
That's a moment whenever I remember the type of music that Cam listens to, right there.
Oh, I forgot. You're like a metalhead, right? Is that what it is?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit? Fair. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Matchroom, interesting day today. Oath started with a double.
Yeah.
We thought they might pull the triple. They didn't. But the big story for me right now is that Duel is trying to mount a comeback. On Twitter, Jabroni and I went back and forth. The old coach for Ghost, he was like, they could do it. And I was like, I don't know. It seems pretty like a long shot at this point. Maybe they can. What do you think after watching them for a couple of games?
All I got to say is Tony has goals in his life right now, and he is trying his hardest to get them up into that top 16. Like we've been talking about, I don't think that they play tomorrow. So yeah, this is the end for them. They've only got these 2 rounds left. But Cam, you were talking about the fact that they're actually significantly better on Miramar.
Yeah, I wouldn't say significantly, especially because they haven't
I
really
tried.
been good at all, but they are better on Miramar. But quickly, I also want to make it clear, this is public information because they put it on Twitter before the league even started. Tony V is not actually officially on the team. He is a stand-in until Shinboy is of age, which should be in the next week or so. So also, Tony V, he's also trying to go big to either stay on the team. Those are fireworks if you can hear that, so don't worry. To stay on the team or get picked up by a new team the minute that his contract.
He might be a free agent, and
done.
if you think he's a good player worth recognition, you can have a chance to vote for him in the MVP potentially competition. Everyone gets a chance to vote for the PCS1 North American Group Stage MVP. You cast your vote on Twitter at PUBG Esports, and you'll have 24 hours after the last match on Sunday the 14th. So watch tomorrow, and even if you don't, even if something crazy comes up, I don't know why you wouldn't watch, but let's say you're stuck mowing the lawn or something, then make sure you log on after the games and get your vote in. Everyone gets to say, I know who I'm voting for, but maybe they'll convince me otherwise tomorrow to change it up just a little bit. So the power's in your hands. That's $500. So make sure you give it to the person who deserves it. A lot of fun. Erangel was interesting. Oath proved to us yesterday, Matt, that they are good at Erangel, but not so wonderful when it comes to Miramar. We're headed over there right now, and STK, I think, would like to make a statement. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, Matt, and talk to me about it.
All right, so we got Sonics that are not playing today. Oath, who has been ripping it up the last 2 days, but don't play tomorrow. They need to overtake Sonics to even stand a chance to hold on to that number 1 spot because they still haven't been able to get there yet. Behind that, Shoot to Kill has been a lot more quiet, almost kind of like Shoot to Lightly Injure right now. It feels a little bit with what's going on with them. But I really just I'm worried about what we could be seeing coming out from Shoot to Kill. I know that a lot of people kind of talk about the fact that there's a little bit of a trend coming away from the fact that once we get into these last couple of days of the events, they seem to calm down a little bit instead of pressing the metal and just going all the way to the end.
Less boom boom and more pew pew lately. I'd like to see that turned back around. Cameron, what's your take on the board?
I mean, will Oath overtake Sonics? I said it wasn't going to happen. I thought it might happen. And at this point, I still don't think I'm back to not thinking it will, strictly because how poor Oath are in Miramar.
Let's talk about Sonics. So look at the kill points real quick. 179 and 176. Oath are getting the same amount of kills as Sonics. They have more chicken dinners than Sonics, but Sonics is dominating. And I think that speaks very cleanly to the consistency of this team. They've come alive throughout this series, and even when they don't win, they perform well, Cameron.
Yeah. While on the other hand, Oath are, I feel really weird only talking about the same teams over and over, but they're going to
talk about somebody else.
do like a lot of work. Oath on Miramar have 0-point games. You can't say the same about Sonics, even though Sonics are not a map expert in the way that Oath are on Erangel.
Right.
Neither of the maps is a map that you would expect Sonics to have a 0-point game more than once, maybe every 2 weeks.
All right, so what other team would you like to talk about, Cameron? Do you have somebody that is...
There's no other team to talk about. There's no other team to talk
so.
about because everyone, like, Duel is a very interesting team, and I'm super curious to see how they're going to perform on Miramar. And I hope that they pick it up. I hope that they finally have the sort of cohesion that they need to keep it working because the last 2 Erangel games did look very, very good for them.
Yeah,
I'll throw out another team to talk about. Hardships. I want to see more hardships. They had a good last game. They've been kind of sleepy right now. We haven't been able to see big explosive games from them so far. I would love to see another one from them.
I would love to see it as well. But you know what? We're headed to Miramar. It's time for the second to last game of the day, and we've got a new pair of casters bringing you all the action. It's Clover and Godspeed with the call.
Hello. It is great to be here. Man, what an interesting day. I think I'll start off with that. But realistically, I'm looking at Duel, and I am looking at a little team called 303 Esports. Those guys are still very much in contention. I mean, even with the gap that both those teams have to kind of overtake for 16th, with 2 games left on Miramar, I think it's possible. And I really hope that they start to make that climb towards contention, because that would really truly be a great story for us to see.
Yeah, I mean, I really couldn't agree more. These are 2 teams that have really started to kind of bring it in the end. 303 started off a little bit strong, has faltered a bit. We've seen a bunch of bad are not even terrible days, but days where they just aren't accomplishing as much, and that's resulted in them falling down the leaderboard. And, another team that we've also kind of seen fall that fate is Dodge. Today is the last day that Dodge gets to play. They're not going to play tomorrow. They're currently in 15th place, but it's a little bit close to the bottom. And so some of these teams that could return tomorrow that are below them in ranking could overlap them if they don't start to build a cushion. So, Duel, Dodge, 303, these are a lot of teams right now. I'm kind of watching as we round out today.
We'll have to see. That's also the interesting thing, and what I find exciting about groups is the fact that for some of these teams it will be their last day playing today, and they're going to have to sit by and basically see what's going to happen tomorrow with the teams that are playing in the other groups, and that makes it exciting if you are a spectator. That makes it incredibly stressful if you're a player, especially on the cusp. And there is a fight. There's multiple storylines going on. I mean, there's a fight for first place. There's a fight for the top 16 and at the bottom of those leaderboards towards 16, 17, and 18. So we're multiple teams here still fighting for their lives, whether it's the qualifier to take first and get that little bit of extra, oomph going into the next event. So I love it. I love these storylines. This is why we do what we do. You know what I mean? This is what it's all about. We talked about this before. We were getting hyped. Yeah.
It's so exciting to talk about the teams that are doing well. I mean, you really can't discount what Oath has been accomplishing. But, as we kind of heard from the analysts before we came over to us, they don't always have the best Miramar games. Their chickens are almost always coming from Erangel, their dominance, their points from those Erangel matches. I think that's the map that they're the most comfortable on. That said, that gives these other teams the ability to start getting points. So that Oath point sponge that we see on Erangel is gone, and that is where we start to see some of these mid-teams perform out a little bit better. Now, that said, Shoot to Kill is in this lobby too, and they do well on Miramar. They've been a little bit calm today. We haven't quite seen them coming out the gate running. They didn't pull that many points this last match, so now I think that we're coming back into Miramar. Could see them explode a little bit, and again, with teams like Dodge and Duel and 303, really need to kind of pick up the momentum. That's really a team that you want to be careful for as well.
That's true. It's very... Ooh, look at this. Look at this delicious little circle. This is definitely one that I love to see.
There is so much nastiness into play with that. I mean...
There is.
But, I mean, again, though, with teams as well, like we're kind of watching the Hardshifts right now, they've had some really good moments, and they're not really at a risk, right? They're in a nice position in the lobby right now, but it's still close. Tomorrow is a big kind of a question mark. You could look comfortable today. That could be entirely gone tomorrow. We've seen teams pop off, take the lobbies, really big upsets. So for, this winding down, especially all of our Group A teams, right now you've just got to be thinking about getting as many points as you can so that you just don't have to be worried or nervous tomorrow.
That's true. And looking at this game here, specifically with this circle, you see the road, the major road that runs up towards Monty, that 64 up find themselves on. This road is kind of the deciding factor of kind of play when it comes to whether the circle is going to shift kind of down to the southwest or if it's going to shift up towards the north away from it, because we've seen that this ravine that the road is in, this kind of the crest on either side, when the circle shifts there and it separates the teams, it's really difficult if you are on one side to get onto the other. So I'm curious to see if the circle will shift that way and create these very dynamic but difficult plays coming out from some of the teams and where they decide to play on either side of that, or if it's going to be more of like a Monty circle or just a city circle. We'll have to wait and see. But this is definitely one of the more difficult circles to play when it does shift towards the southwest.
Another thing as well to make it difficult is we did just see for a moment we've got a member of Liberate and Atheris both in the same compounds. As we can also see here, Chuba on a scouting mission. It's taking him just a little bit close to Dirty Zen here, and it's already letting go of the bike. I'm not sure if he's just even aware of the fact that 64 is here. Surely had to see the parachutes were kind of in the area, but Dirty Zen has heard all of this go on, is looking to find the angle. Chuba's already moving on from this. Is going to miss out on this opportunity, but no, he's stopping again. I don't think Houston realizes they're here at all.
I don't think they do, and he's just trying to scout right now. This is a very, very strong compound, the one that Chuba is at. to play from, especially, in the circle. It gives you a lot of vision of Monte, the surrounding areas. It's elevated. It's difficult to push, not only because of the amount of cover that it has, but as well as the vision that a lot of other positions have when they are trying to push. You get third-party shot from everywhere. So that's a very desirable position. And Chuba, for the most part, is going to get it for free. He just doesn't realize that there is a member of 64 up not too far behind him.
And now as we take another look at Illusion, this team is currently the farthest from the zone. They're all in and around Al-Zahar. That said, we're about the 4.5 minute mark. So this is where we're going to start to see those teams transition in. And Styles was unaware. I mean, Icy Tech had been lying very low and quiet in this compound. Is going to get that close little range knock. And that is a very bad start for Atheris, who's been struggling a bit this series.
Yeah, Atheris currently sitting in 21st place. I mean, it's been a rough couple weeks for them. We'll say that. Oh no, and a team that we were looking at, who potentially may be in trouble, is Dodge, losing a member early from looks like Sociopath. And by the way, I haven't seen a shotgun kill in a while. So.
You know what? I mean, kudos to being able to not only pick it up but accomplish something with it. I guess a standard shotgun, right? The DPS is starting to kind of get a little bit of its show.
You're right. Yeah.
But, I mean, that said, now we see 64 up. House kind of re-strengthened their position here. They've gone ahead and let Hard Shifts take the other compound onto this. That said, I mean, this area is getting a little bit crowded. Dodge has kind of rotated close after losing out one player, though the rest of them going to the other side of the road as we now watch 303 coming in a rotation. And again, another team that is just, it's close, right? I mean, this is kind of our wild card team. When they're on, they are on, but sometimes they seem to get into their own head and struggle just a bit, and that's the thing that they really need to prevent themselves from doing this week.
Well, I think, and I could be mistaken, I know D-Rich has also been trying to help with IGLing stuff. Voxic.
Ooh. That is a much-needed point for Atheris, but as at the cost of Voxic, as we can see the rest of 303 pull off this rotation. Atheris still taking shots in this direction, but right now it's more so just a bit of spray and pray. Ooh, missing all of those bullets on the Honey Badger, but Darth picking up one. Can't be mad at that to start. Mardonis is actually going to get credit for the kill, and now both teams needing to work their way in. It's phase one. Blue is not a huge concern, but you just want to get ahead of the zone.
True. They want to get ahead of the zone, and unfortunately, 303s in their attempts to do that, they lost one, and losing Voxic is definitely not ideal, but still with 3 players, 303 should be able to rack up a good amount of points, especially if they get a good rotation in early, if they can set up, and they'll be able to do fine, but that remains to be seen. Meanwhile, Fabled here coming up to the top, they're another team in 14th place. They're not necessarily completely safe either.
Yeah,
so they want to rack up some points.
I would say, they have another day to play, but Fabled has had a lot of off days where they haven't put a ton on the board, and if they can't really accomplish too much today, they run the risk of really making it all come down to the wire tomorrow, and the rest of the teams that are still playing to stay in are, I think, going to come out really strong. And so with that, their best performances do tend to be on Miramar. So we'll see if they hold that out. But meanwhile, it looks like Wooly has been spotted out, taking some fire at range here from Wild Card. More so superficial, I think.
Oh, he flipped
to
his
kind of pull him out.
You hate to see it.
Oh, Cherry is just going to leave him on. There you go. There's a buggy. You've got it. Right on.
Yeah, the other issue I think as well with Fabled is just the fact that, while we're touching base on them, is even with the wins that they're getting, they're not getting a vast amount of points. Their wins are very quiet. 3, 4, 5 kills, and that's, although great on them being able to close out those games, they're still not getting the points that they really need, which is the kills. And so I'm hoping that they can kind of change that up a little bit, maybe change the formula when they do have the circle position, try to get a little more aggressive and find those kill points. But we'll see. They're still in an okay spot, like I said, 14th place. So they just need to make sure that they don't drop any goose eggs. Otherwise, it's going to be tough for them.
Now we've got multiple teams starting to set up here in the center of the zone just as the blue zone is getting ready to close. Phase 1 is almost over, and that Phase 2 circle shift is going to give us an idea of how this all plays out. Currently, we've got a lot of teams in this area.
There it is.
And it is
That's the one
going
I was talking
hard
about.
south. This is, all right. This is good for a lot of teams. 64 up, Fabled, you've got to be feeling nice. Reno as well for Dodge, but look at this. You've got Duel, Shoot to Kill, Wild Card, Liberate, all right up there in the north, and they're going to have to transition, and they're going to transition into each other.
The thing I love about this circle as a spectator is, well, even as a player, there's a lot to play in this circle as far as just raw terrain. You don't necessarily need to be in a compound in this area of Miramar in the south to, have a playable or fieldable position. The issue is that because there's so many, you tend to find teams that get entrenched and pocketed. And look at this, Wildcard and Duel, are they going to stop? Maybe go for the shots? They are.
Ooh, lots of spray out there from Duel, but Wildcard's going to try to take advantage of the ledge here. We can see Penta taking a bit of fire. It's going to flip the bus, but PUBG vehicle physics,
Lord.
It's going to right itself, but just too short there. Tony V finds the knock, trying to climb to safety, but immediately now we see that reposition coming in from Duel. They've got to feel good coming on this, but they're going to start to let off the gas. They're letting Wildcard have this, and that's going to give them the ability to get the res here. As we see Keenan try to get a little bit close. Jazza as well. Pentalo, though, is taking fire. I think this might actually be 64 up who's trying to steal this.
Yeah, and they are going to get Penta up, which is pretty huge, but I can tell you this right now, Wildcard does not want to stay here. They want to rotate as soon as possible. They want to get out as soon as possible because this is not a position that you want to get stuck in.
Oh, and as we can see, 64 up just right there at the top of the hill. Jazza is going to reposition that Murado, try to keep it out of their sight. Again, checking out there with the Mini 14. Hasn't quite spotted a head peek just yet. 64 up being a little conservative from this angle. Meanwhile, Keenan has actually been sent on a mission to find the next place is safe. As we can see, Sociopath take a couple shots in that direction, but again, 64 up is not overextending. And we can see Duel now off to the side. They've completely vacated this area, and that's going to relieve some pressure onto Wildcard as well. As we can see now, Jazz repositioning, waiting for Sharp Shot. There we go, and it is a carpool to get out of here and rejoin Keenan, who thinks he might have found someplace safe, but I think...
Jazz! Oh, no, get out!
Oh, that vehicle is on fire. It's smoke and players are looking low. Meanwhile, Keenan has actually been found to shoot to kill, who's crashing this compound.
No, Penta!
Oh, and a Wildcard down to just Sharp Shot with nowhere else to go but the long building. Narrowly escaping, gets hit one more time by Kurt, who spots him out. This is the worst case scenario for Wildcard.
That's so devastating, specifically for Penta, and that's just because he didn't believe. Oh no, Sharp Shot.
Oh. SDK knows exactly where he is, but Sharp Shot's going to make sure he makes a show of this. Mollies are out. Alo looking to do some damage here. We can see Sharp Shot is actually going to take it there, but Luke 12 finds the kill. That's it for Wildcard. They'll be the first team eliminated for this match.
Crazy.
Oh.
Craziness.
I mean, you know what? We kind of called that. We saw that first rotation. We knew that these teams were really going to have to move into one another as the circle gets ready to close, and we'll get an idea of where that next phase has to move and see if STK is still in the safety. We can see on the minimap it's pulled just to the east, and that means that they're not going to be able to stay here really at all. They're getting ready to move from this.
They do have Kurt, though. Pretty Kurt, he is in a good position right now. He's a little elevated compound. They're going to be able to regroup with him, and they're going to be fine. Cause this is actually not a bad edge to work from on the west. So I think, STK is going to be fine. They're going to rotate up from here. They're going to get some more information and probably continue to get a frag or two. The point I was making about Penta is he jumped out of the vehicle early because he thought it was going to explode. So he decided to to die by falling rather than die by burning. Sadly, he actually would have made it if he would have just stayed in, and the mustachioed madman known as Penta that I love to watch so much just didn't work out for him.
And here we go, Liberate in it with any trolls in chat. Aguila goes down, and a nice nade is going to take out Marcelic. It falls as well. Maro and Melon last still up, but Melon trying to find a knock will get some damage, but can't quite secure this here on to Liberate. There we go. We can hear from a distance. Bullets are actually starting to take out tires from here. Houston Hardships have an angle onto this, and that's really going to put the pressure onto ATC as Maru was looking for the res,
nice
just
res.
barely finds it, but immediately Guab from behind gets that knock. It's just up to Melon. Any trolls in chat falling apart so quickly on this. Liberate just has the strength on us, but Melon, he's going to go for it anyways. One more right ahead. Try to save Aguila, but oh, this is just not a great spot to hold. And
What
Lush.
an angle.
Ooh.
What an absolute angle. Wow. ATC, they just have such a weird play style. Every time I feel like we watch them, Clover, they're always split in some weird way. That one wasn't so much the case, but I don't think I've ever really seen ATC like together in full force in a team fight, really firing on all cylinders.
You know, and I would say that there's warrant to that, because one thing that we've all talked about during the breaks is just how insane ATC is and how they've really come and shake up the NA scene. You know, a lot of them have kind of come out of nowhere, and I think sometimes that extra flavor makes it a bit unpredictable and has given them a good ride in this leaderboard. Are actually doing quite well for themselves, all things considered. But now, as we can see here, Atheris coming in for the push. They have joined Guab knows that they're here. As Atheris trying to clear up on this fight. They walked up knowing exactly what was here, and on the far side of Chumacera, though, Oath is in the vicinity, so for these two teams that can sometimes play a little bit cautious and conservative, you might want to pick it up the pace just a bit. You've got somebody knocking on your back door.
Yeah, Leverett already with 5 kills. I mean, they could easily accrue some more here as long as they do find Atheris. Atheris is taking their time. They're playing this a little slow, and that's actually giving Liberate quite a bit of time to recover, loot some boxes, maybe restock up on meds and armor. So, that's okay.
All right. It's been a hot minute since I've seen a Chumacera circle, especially one with this position. And I think a lot of teams as well were kind of anticipating to hold on to the high ground just a little bit longer. So we can see Illusion now has found themselves in a scuffle with SDK, but Ranger is actually going to get the flush onto Luke 12 here, and it might have the ability to go for this res. Alo, meanwhile, rotating, trying to find another angle. He's the last player still up for him.
Yeah, what happened to the rest of SDK? We obviously missed it, so it's just going to be up to Alo now versus at least 2 members of Illusion who are up and healthy. Freebie, please trying to crawl down to get rezzed. And it looks like they're going to get that res off unless Alo can hit a disgusting molly or nade. I mean, that's going to be a 3v1.
Ooh, and there we go, another chance. I mean, Alo and throwables. He's got the skill, but it bounces just too far. That extra bounce was what cost it. It could have been a good knock here, but
just a half a second.
Oof, he's still got 1 molly in the bag. There's always a chance.
That's true. There's always a chance, and I'm gonna be real with you. There's always a chance with the Alo in 1v3 anytime. Alo is a disgusting up close or CQB fighter. He's got so much talent when it comes to shooting, and fighting in close quarters.
Ooh, and there we go, getting a little close right now as we wait for the push. Meanwhile, Dodge was also eliminated. That was a team that you and I talked about that did need to bring the performance for today, as they've got 1 more match after this, and then they're done with their games. But right now, here comes the push from Illusion, looking for Alo, trying to clear it up. They're going to come in 2-man strong. Alo finds the first off, but can't get the second. Ranger clearing it out with the headshot. They're going to go out in 12, but not before picking up 4 kills. And it is phase 4. Blue Zone is closing in, and they've got to leave Free Me Please behind.
Yep, he is indeed going to be freed from this game as he goes back to spectator mode. However, I mean, that's still really good for Illusion to be able to take out SDK and make it out with 2 alive. Could have been a hell of a lot worse for that team. So they're going to be running in on the edge. I'm not sure how much farther they're going to get, but at the very least, they've secured some points for this round. And Exodus is looking like they're moving in strong with 3 kills, 3 players up.
And Exodus as well, heading directly towards Weem, who's been staying behind from the rest of TAC 8, looting that crate, could spell trouble in just a moment. Meanwhile, Oath, who did just finish clearing out Dodge, finding themselves in a bit of a pickle as they're being surrounded on different angles. Hey, have found Liberate, but 303 and Duel are starting to close in from this angle as well. So you can see just how out in the open right now Snakers and Aurelo are from this area right now, though. Look at this. I like this, though, because you don't want to completely push into the town. You really want to hold the high ground now. And, of course, we're looking at Fabled as well, who's watching the backside. Might even have had a bit of sight there on it. There's from distance. There we go, walking their way into the zone. They've got plenty of cover here. T8 Steezy is a little bit close to Greg's shot.
Yeah, looks like William was able to find pad caps. He's going to go down, and Drassel taking this fight in the blue. This isn't good for either one of these members, whether it's William or it's going to be Drassel. And they're going to go down. Exodus eliminated. William should be able to make it in. They have vehicles on the top of the crest, but as you said, Fabled is on the other side.
William's going to take a bit of damage there from Atheris as... unfortunately, Lister finds the knock there. Beams has no choice but to go into the zone as we see the flush. And there's the circle shift. It's going to go back over to the west. Just about leaving Chumacera behind. And Beams, the last player still up. Badly damaged, needing to heal. To see him take a quick break, he's going to have to walk it in from here.
He is indeed, and this kind of looks like a Fabled quad game, so to speak. One of those games where, they've just been in a good position. They were able to secure one early. They're rotating, intelligently on foot or taking their time to get on their edge and clear it out. They're just not getting a lot of kills, and I can't really fault them this game for that because they haven't really seen anyone to kill.
Yeah, and as they move into the south, they won't see anybody for some time. But another team, though, that maybe you and I discounted just a tiny bit from the beginning is your favorite Oath. Sometimes we do see them fall apart just a bit on Miramar. They're only 1 kill up, but we can see just ahead of Beams. They're still in this, and they're still 4 strong. And that's making this transition for all these teams off to the east just a bit difficult because there's so many players here. We see Honey Badger and D-Rich as well trapped inside this compound. Liberate's got an angle on this, and so does Oath.
Oath is actually rotating a little further out as well, avoiding these sight lines from Chuma, so they're going to be able to wrap around pretty well.
Ooh, Beams taking 1 player out for Liberate. That's going to leave them down to just a 2-2. That might not only help out 303, who's still in this vicinity, but Atheris, who's just beyond them. So Chumacera getting a little bit thinner. We're down to 8 teams, 23 players alive, but again, here comes that rotation from Oath. They're wrapping around, looking for the better angle on this, and now taking a hard push onto Duel, as we can see Balefrost coming right up onto Cherry. Ooh, Snakers getting Lampalot down to 41. Oh, if you're Duel, what do you do from here?
It's hard. Tony V has to make a play, basically. I think he needs to go for a wrap, whether it's on the north or whether he needs to just come in directly and try to support his team. The issue now is that Bale knows about him, and they also know where Lamp is. So realistically, Oath has, it's kind of whatever they want to do, right? It's how they want to approach it. They have all the room. Duel is kind of shoved into a bowl, so they don't really have too many plays available. They need to get some really good knocks and maybe get a foot push. I'm not sure.
Now, Duel was 13 points out of the top 16 going into this match, meaning that they needed to get at minimum that plus whatever else to stay ahead of the pack. So having a powerhouse like Oath coming down on top of them is not a good place for them. Now we can see Balefrost actually rotating for the angle here, joining Relo. I think Oath has picked a target. That target is unfortunately Duel. As we wait for that circle to rotate and see if they have time to complete this fight. It's actually not too far, and that is going to be a bit difficult. We can also see Houston taking shots at this from the west.
This is actually such a good position for Oath. If they can just clear out Duel, they have so much room to work with on the north side. Then they can even hold out hard shifts. So if they can get this fight done quickly, if they can eliminate Duel and really start to move forward and recognize the other team on the other side, which is hard shifts, I mean, Oath could potentially farm the rest of this lobby.
And here we go. Lampalot actually is going to find the opening knock. They're taking out Snakers, who's off to the edge of the zone. 15 seconds for the blue moves. That is looking to be an unlikely res for Oath. They need to focus on cleaning out this fight. Lampalot with a nade out. Oh.
I respect it.
Canny. Oh, it's actually going to do damage to Wolf, but Wolf right now focused on Tony, trying to prevent that push here. He's spotting him out, but Tony gets the knock. That is another player down for Oath. They did get the res on the reload right as the blue starts to move, but this is phase 6. He's not going to have time to heal, and that nice nade there is going to get Tony down, so Snakers getting a little bit of revenge onto this.
They can still get Wolf up as well. I believe they cleaned up Tony V. He's knocks. Lamp is also healing, but here comes Hardships on the other side. They can also really take control of the circle as long as they deal with Duel and now Oath, who's preoccupied. Oh, but Cherry!
Ooh. Cherry trying to find the knock, can't quite get it. Lopes, though, will get down Lampalot. Duel down to just 1 player still standing as Oath now struggling to regroup a bit. And we can see a Fabled from a distance taking out J-Sync. So you know, from the rest of this angle, okay, Maluk, Lobes, they're safe here, but look at this. Oath.
Yeah.
They're gonna do it. They're gonna rotate, find the angle of this. Maluk goes down.
Correct
Sherry
decision.
turning the odds back in his favor now. Look, Chuba as well, trying to find the angle on this. This is just such a dangerous position for Cherry. He still needs to cross the street.
The reposition on Oath is very smart. This is exactly what they should have done. Now they can put pressure on hard shifts, which potentially could have had Oath in a bit of trouble. But now Cherry has been working so well to put a lot of damage and distract hard shifts that Oath has been able to take this position.
There we go, and Oath immediately realizing the situation. Once they saw Cherry go down in the kill feed, we see Balefrost and Snakers repositioning for hard shifts, as right now Lobes focusing on that res for Maluk. Here comes the damage. Now Snakers is actually going to take some, but they can't stop this res just yet. They're still looking to find it. Chuba, meanwhile, it's actually going to go down, and oh no, the res is popped off. Maluk's up, but immediately falls down again. It was an easy knock. Lobes hiding in the smoke, trying to stay alive in this. Relo right now focusing on the res for Balefrost, and another flashbang thrown by Snakers. He's got no more damage throwables left. We see Wolf only with the smoke. They're going to try to clear it out. They will. Wolf gets the shot, and Lobes goes out. 6 for Houston Hardships. We've got our top 5 teams out of us, and Oath still has the North.
And they're in the best position. If they can just, which they will, they'll just rotate to the south, maybe even wrap a little bit on the west edge, and they have this entire plateau to play with. Oath is sitting so pretty right now. It's ridiculous how clean that was. Fabled, on the other hand, I mean, they're going to be in a bit of trouble. I was just about to say, Oath is about to have line of sight on them, and there it is.
Naka goes down as we see Hella rotating. She's trying to find another angle onto this, and Greg as well holding that. So Fabled, only 2 kills. Like he said, they kind of came into this without the angle. They're not really seeing anybody, but almost a little too late.
I'm really curious if they could have moved up earlier. Like, if they would have recognized all that fighting on the north side, I don't really know if there was a team that was holding them back. Like, I'm pretty sure Atheris... Yeah, I'm pretty sure Atheris didn't have an angle on them if they would have rotated low, so or like at least down into the dip, and I think that was a mistake. And now Fabled find themselves in between Oath and Atheris, who's starting to get a little more aggressive.
You know, this is really what we needed to see from Atheris. They're 3 kills up right now, but look, Liberate with 7. They're still too strong, but they're in this compound, and Beam's nothing to scoff at as well, so the East might be preoccupied for just a bit. All it's going to take is 1 to fire off, as we see Oath trying to clear out Liberate. Lister, actually from his side, is going to find out Snakers, immediately picking up the flush, and that is 1 down for Oath. As here we go, Wolf finds Greg's shot and makes sure that he stays down. Hella and Snaka have actually dipped down here to the ledge, and Wolf is trying to spot out where they've rotated to as Oath continuing working on this angle.
Yeah, he's going to find them. He should be able to see them. At the very least, they have an idea of where Fabled is, especially because of that kill that Wolf got, so they are going to search for him. And Liberate, I mean, I think this is actually a really good opportunity for Liberate to potentially go around and maybe sneak and find a kill or two, or maybe put a wrench in Oath's plan, but they've just been hanging out. And I think this is the one thing that I've noticed when it comes to teams that have been at this level before, or used to this level, and others coming in, is the hesitation.
Now, Oath is not in the zone, neither is Fabled, but they really don't have too hard of a push to extend further on. It's just going to be the pressure that could come from Atheris into this. Balefrost was knocked, but they're going to get that res and get back up to 3-man, but Fabled as well. There's really no way for them to push too far in without kind of extending themselves to Mardonis now, who's kind of rotating wide to look at and find us information for the rest of Atheris. But I think Atheris has gotten really comfortable and doesn't realize that Beams has been behind them this whole time.
Yeah, Beams has been a survivor for Tactical 8. He's been getting kills as well. Beams has a few, I believe, to his name, so he could potentially, backstab Atheris and do a lot of damage and potentially cost them the match. So we'll see.
There we go. More shots coming in from Balefrost and Oath as they just try to hold their ground. They're in a good position here. This is Phase 8, meaning that Phase 9 is going to go to the direct center of this circle. And Oath is in a good position to hold and catch teams out of the rotation, but they really need to take care of Fabled. But Mardonis has extended himself. He's in the exact circle. And
This is what I'm talking about. Liberate could easily come out. All these shots going out, damage going on to Oath. I mean, one of them could be set up to hear those, but they're just gonna stay put.
Oh, Wolf sending it
This
right next to Liberate. Who looks for the knock. They're going to find it, immediately picking up the kill. Oath is down another, but they're going to trade. Reload takes him out. Liberate goes out in fifth. It's just 4 squads up, but Beams still in this area. He has not left the compound, and the blue is about to move here in 10 seconds. That means that all these teams and players on the edge are going to have to start migrating towards the center of the zone. Athera is still in a good position. Mardonis is in the sweet spot, but you've got Fabled to worry about still off to the west, and here comes Beams, finally leaving his little shack. He's gonna find Lister. That's another point. 6 now total for TAC 8. And setting up for Darth. He knows that he's here flashing, but accidentally flashing himself. He was hoping that was going to be enough to save him, bolting out of the window. Darth with some free fire tries to take out Beams, gets it really low, finds him. There we go. Top 3 teams. It's Atheris, Fabled, and Oath, all of whom are 2 up here.
Yeah, what can Atheris do here? They do have someone in a high ground position, but that's also kind of a detriment, especially if Fabled peek over. They have clear line of sight of Darth, and I don't think he realizes, but Fabled hasn't peeked yet.
Oh, Fabled's actually been very quiet for quite some time, and that could spell trouble as Hella is going to find Darth. She gets the knock. They haven't found the flush just yet. Balefrost, meanwhile, looking for it, might wanting to steal the kill. So you see 8 kills up now for Oath, and Darth is going to take some damage, but Balefrost still with the high ground. I think he might have spotted Mardonis, who is trying to stay out of sight right now. Mardonis is banking on the center of the circle, getting them the chicken, avoiding the blue damage, but lying prone here is going to be a big risk as Darth getting flushed out by Balefrost, but here we go. Hella in the circle, spotted out by Mardonis. It is going to be an easy knock. We've got 1 player left, Tanaka. He's going to take a bit of that flash. And, there we go. It is a trade of kills. A killing spree is out. Tanaka getting down Balefrost. One is still up. It's Rello. And he gets it. Finds the winner. And there you go. Oath. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. 11 kill victory here on Miramar.
Yep. And what is there really to say? Oath has had, they've definitely dropped some 0-point games on Miramar, and it seems like they are just coming and firing on all cylinders. I mean, they played beautifully from the rotation, the way they pushed on foot, the way they engaged the teams that they decided to engage rather than just kind of, pushing one side arbitrarily. And so I mean, there's really not enough to say. And I also do have to apologize to Liberate. I thought there was 2 members up. There was actually only 1, so him snaking was completely within the realm of what he should have done. I thought there was 2, but regardless of that, I mean, it also it's so obvious when you look at a team like Oath, when you look at the duo there, it was, I believe, Bale and Relo left up. They were the ones being the most active. They were the ones kind of looking for the next frag, as well as like how to move in that final circle, while you saw a lot of passiveness from players that were kind of less experienced. And I think that is really what shows, who is ready to be here and who's ready to compete at the level and who is still kind of hesitant to kind of make those plays or go for something that's as risky.
Yeah, and again, as well, there were some teams that really needed to pick up some points, teams that are kind of in the middle, and that's something that I think our analyst desk is going to be able to fill in for us just a little bit better, is they can kind of give us an idea about what they thought there, what they think of Fabled and Atheris, and what they need to bring in for that last match.
Thank you very much. I think that what you said at the end of that, Matt, when we were sort of chatting about the game, about sums it up. The positioning of all 3 teams in that final circle sort of sums up each of their games individually. Why don't you take me back through that before we talk about Oath and how amazing they are?
All right. Well, Oath decided to separate out. They decided to play the hill so that way they'd have a control point to walk towards the center of the circle, and also send one. Well, they initially sent 1 member over. Guab then took him out. Then they killed him. Then they decided to send another member over to the warehouse. Fabled doubled up. They didn't have a lot of information because they were playing the lower side of the hill. They heard what was going on, but couldn't come back up through that. And then Atheris separated out too much and then found themselves being attacked from 2 different points. Very quickly, you can see that Oath's awareness on how to play that late game circle really just set them up for a victory.
I mean, if you break it down to a statement, right? Oath was like, "We've got this." Fable was like, "Please don't leave me," and Atheris was like, "Please don't notice me." And that's sort of how they got to that late circle there. And Oath does come out on top with another win, 3 on the day. This is insane. Cameron, as we look at the highlights, let's talk a little bit as we watch this thing. Oath won 5 Orangles in a row. And now, after I say, oh, they're never going to Miramar, they're like, nah, eat it, Toffees. And then they win a Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, I'm done trying to guess whether they can overtake Sonics or not. Because I said they didn't. They were on path 2. I said they could. They flubbed it. And then I said, never mind, they can't do it anymore. And I think they now actually overpass Sonics. So, you know what? Whatever happens at this point. I'm letting go. I'm letting go of this one.
There's one small thing I wanted to note, and unfortunately we didn't see it inside of the replay there. It's how Oath handles when they have a member go down. They run it very clinically. They make sure that if it's just one member, they send 2 more up into defensive sight lines and have the other one go for the res, and it just always sets them up. The moment you think that they're weak, instead they reposition and step up into a good point. Veil Frost, look at that. Steps back down, feeding information over, perfectly sets up Reload just to walk up and take that kill, and then they get 11 kills towards the end of that game. It's just feeling unstoppable at this point.
And Relo is at peak performance right now. We've just seen him over and over again get these clutch moments. It is absolutely incredible to watch. There's a little bit of a Twitter banter going on early. I don't know if you guys had to see it. Shrimsy from Sonics tweeted, is anybody showing up to play besides Oath today? Oath won their second game, and he said, I guess not. And then Purdy Curdy tweeted back and said, well, we know Oath likes to win a Wrangle, so we're going to wait till Miramar comes around. And then STK, not a great game for them, Cameron.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the match leaderboard
exactly.
and talk about it.
Yeah. I forget exactly how many kills they had. I expected them to have a couple, not just because of the fight with Wildcard. They have 5.
That's good.
Which is what I expect them to have on their worst game. The problem is they're having these 0 placement 5 to 7 kill games every single game today. To be fair, a lot of teams would love that to be their average. That's not Shoot to Kill's average. I don't think that they're quite happy that they're going to be on their sort of lower end of the spectrum the entire time today.
Matchroom, what stands out to you from the leaderboard of game number 4?
So notice the fact that Shoot to Kill, no placement points, but did pick up 5 kill points. When we look at the overall leaderboard, Shoot to Kill isn't a team that goes after a lot of wins. They go for high consistency, always trying to make sure that they get more than 5 points every single game. That's their key to victory. But the problem is we have teams like Oath, Sonics that are just stacking up wins at an incredible amount. Look at the kill stacking up yet again for Relo, also at the top of damage. So whenever you're just playing for consistency and you have a team that's just exploding, getting... I don't even know. How many points are they at this point? I feel like they're already creeping up to about 60 to 70. Are they even going to break what we saw Sonic's 90-point day?
I don't know. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard right now, and you can see that Oath has taken over the lead at 296 total points. But the really impressive statistic is 9 drumsticks there next to their name is absolutely wild. The Sonics with 6 was sort of like, I don't say record-breaking, but damn near close. And here you got Oath passing it up. That said, though, Sonics has 5 more games tomorrow, and they're going to be hungry to show them up. STK, to sort of touch to your point a little bit earlier, though, Matchroom, here's the difference. I think STK, you're right. They're about consistency and sort of points per round. And that does, in my opinion, translate better to the top 16, to international play, to places where you can't sort of, not to be mean here, but dump all over teams like Livid. Like, I think Oath and Sonics have benefited from capitalizing on the crappy play of some of these other teams like Livid.
Well, I want to follow up with that to a certain degree. We often talked about the fact that Shoot to Kill was a placement team and then would go for kills secondary. Look at the leaderboard right now and how they're generating most of their points. 75 for placement points, double it for kills.
Yeah.
Only the 2 chicken dinners, and they're still managing to be competitive in those top 3 spots. The big thing, though, to take away is it's just a stack of victories on the other side of this. Just doing quick caster math in my head, isn't that 7 wins for Oath in 2 days? They only had 2 before this weekend.
Yeah, you're right. Cameron, thoughts?
No, they definitely came to play. Relo is also taking the kill lead and running with it. I don't know if he paid Snakers off to let him have the rest of the weekend to establish himself. Maybe they decided to split the money between themselves, and if they fed all of the kills to Relo, H1 wouldn't have an opportunity to catch up. By all means, game the system. It's there for you to do so. But yeah, Relo is definitely playing on the A game right now.
He absolutely is. I 100% hope he shows up on that MVP list because I want to vote for that guy. On the other hand, though, you've got Snakers, who is continuously putting huge damage leads. Everyone's gapped him, gotten closer. But still, 12.2K is a nasty damage count for this series. Matchup?
It's just absolutely insane. If you look that it's about 2,500 points to the next person that isn't a teammate. And then the person behind Luke 12, because we know Luke 12 is an amazing player, it's almost 4,000 points behind to go for H-Win. That is a ridiculous damage lead.
Absolutely wild. Sorry, I'm going to make sure I get myself into this lobby. And it was
You're right.
phenomenal series.
Thanks for the reminder.
Impressive. I'm glad to see Oath do something, not something. They've been consistently decent on Miramar, but to have them come out with a win on Miramar towards the end of play, I think gives them even more confidence as they go to the next round. We know they're in the top 16, and they are, in my opinion, a bit of a confidence team. I think they struggled at GLL because they were sort of Shinboy's first LAN. They seemed a little bit off kilter, and they couldn't close. But when they come out confident with nothing to lose, they're very, very good, and it's impressive. We were talking earlier, Cameron, about last week about who fills that Tempo Storm void of the top team, the most consistent team in North America as we look ahead towards future international events. Is Oath making an argument that it's going to be them?
Well, the thing about Tempo Storm is that their playstyle was almost set up specifically to, similar to what you mentioned earlier, of like farming noobs, of really abusing the lower teams in the region.
Yeah.
I don't think that's exactly what Oath and the Sonics are doing, but that's where we're seeing a little bit of a three-way sort of triple fight for the top. I say that while SDK is not exactly coming up to bat today specifically, but we all know that they're still a really good team and could easily show up even this final game, if not tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be one team to rule them all here in North America, at least for the immediate future.
I kind of agree with that. Don't get me wrong. I love Oath. I love the way that they're playing. But to kind of go back what I was talking to, it's just been the past 2 days. And we often see a meteoric rise come out of a team where they've got everything together. They feel unstoppable. And then something pulls it apart, and then we don't see it again for weeks at a time. I love what we're seeing from Oath right now, but let's not forget that this is going to be their last game for the qualifying series.
Yeah.
Sonic still has another 5 games to play, so will likely overtake them in the leaderboard, regardless of if they get another win. So Oath is playing great for the last 2 days, but can they do it again whenever we're looking at the grand finals? Then maybe I'll start holding the posters up and cheering a little bit harder for them.
And it speaks to the long-term potential of Sonics as well, that we literally have spent an entire day when they're not playing talking about them as well. Yeah. So what staying power? But let's go to a duo that has real staying power as we go to the last match of the day. It's going to be Godspeed and Clover bringing you the call from the desert.
Awesome. I mean, this is all right. Miramar is the make or break for so many teams, and the desert play is a little bit different than what we see in Erangel. And right off the bat, a couple teams struggling through that match. You and I talked about it as we went into that last one. Duel really needed to bring it up. They only picked up 2 points last game.
Yeah, that's not enough. To be quite honest, it's just not enough. Duel's going to have to do better. I mean, they're going to have a monstrous day, or rather a monstrous final game here. They have to win. I mean, there's just there's no other option. They have to win. They have to get at least like 15-20 kills. I'd say actually 10 to 15 would be more reasonable, but yeah, we'll see. I want to see them do it. I love the storylines. 303 also really needs to have a massive game, but Oath is just continuing to cannibalize those points. I mean, they're just winning game after game. And I also want to point out something that we saw on one of our stats leaderboards is the fact that all 3 members of Oath that were top for damage were, the fraggers of the team. So that's Balefrost, that's Relo, and that's Snakers. And that just, to me, shows how well Wolf is utilizing his players and putting them always in the right position to do the most damage and get the most frags. And that's honestly what's still, we've talked about it. It's so impressive about that team is the way that they work together and the way that Wolf puts them in the right positions for them to, farm those stats.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something to say that when you play at this level, your adaptability needs to really be there, and Oath is definitely a team that shows us that they can adapt. They've done well in wild circles, they've done well in boring circles, and now they're doing well on Miramar, a map that isn't typically where we see them farm those points. But as we go into our last match for the day, especially the last match for these Team A teams who won't be playing tomorrow, you know, they are at no risk of relegation. Now you're just playing for stats, you're playing for points, you're playing for pride. That's really what they've got to lose here is, you know, what's up against Sonics. With this lobby, though, I mean, you've got to find those unique ways to sponge up those points, and oof, the Circle already going hard to the east. This is an exact opposite of what we saw last match, but at least to start off the bat for Oath, they're already in the zone.
Yeah, this isn't too bad of a Circle. I mean, Oath, I don't really care if they're in the zone or not. I feel like they're going to find their way in there regardless. Miramar, sure, is a little tougher for them, but honestly, if they can just, you know, continue to use this momentum and just fix the small issues, because I always felt like with Oath it was small issues that they had on Miramar. It was like one potentially like bad rotation or a misstep somewhere would cost them a couple players, and then that will obviously snowball. If they can just kind of curtail that and really make less mistakes or just realize what mistakes they were making in the first place, I don't really think they're going to be a weak quote-unquote Miramar team anymore. I think they're going to be just fine. As far as the Circle goes, for a team like Exodus or anyone else kind of posted up in Leonis or towards the south, I mean, a lot of these teams should be able to rotate in fairly safely. Did he spot? He did.
There you go. As you see, Pat Caps has actually spotted not one but two different members of Atheris. Sight there onto Darth. Also, Mardonis is going to pull back away. SKS right off the bat is going to be helpful as we now take a quick look at Wooly from Duel. I mean, you know, you've got to give credit where credit is due. When they're off, you know, they really can pop off, but they just haven't been able to get it together. I'm not quite sure what is going on. Maybe there's a power struggle. Maybe they just can't quite decide about how they want to play, but whatever it is between them, they really need to get it into gear. Now, the bottom 8 teams from the leaderboard are going to be sent to the Challengers Cup next week, and they're going to play for relegation. They want to stay in for PCS2, so if you're already kind of near the bottom of 303, another team who could be at risk, you've got to start thinking about not taking that chance, because even if you're going down to the Challengers, there's no guarantee that you're going to come back out of it.
That's absolutely true. I mean, relegations is a dangerous place simply because you go into a situation where you're playing against teams you may not be comfortable against, you may not know their playstyle. There's also, seed swapping coming out from Morrow. He's going to hit the pole. Looks like Beams is going to get away. Oh, Melon is on Pursuit.
Ooh.
Oh, no. Never mind. Melon is going to flip on his side.
And there you go. Murado not quite meant for off-roading, but Beams is going to get away after that quick little bully from any trolls who didn't want any competition in that rotation. We could see just off in the distance the little icons of TAC 8, so the rest of that squad rotating in front of him. But, I mean, you know, kind of back, like you said, to relegation. There's a lot of teams that have very different play styles as well, and so that unfamiliarity as well, the unpredictability, could catch some of these guys off, because you've got one real shot to make it, and one off day, it's all it takes.
I would honestly argue that playing in relegation is potentially more difficult than playing in an actual series like this against established teams, because there's too much of an unknown factor. You don't know what's going on. I mean, as someone who has gone through relegations in order to make it to the level that we did, I didn't like playing relegations, because those teams, I mean, they play with reckless abandon, whether it's through inexperience or just lack of care. I mean, those teams will just push or do anything, and when you are in a situation where you're not used to that, it will catch you off guard, and it can honestly catch any team off guard, whether it's an STK, an Oath, a Sonics. It's tough, man. Relegations is not easy, so going down to that level is it's stressful.
And now, of course, with that in mind, there's still a chance. We've seen teams have that taste of relegation, feel a bit of that shame of losing it, and they'll come out even stronger. I think that's kind of been the conversation that some of us have had about a few of these teams. All right, there's a big chance that's where they're going to go, but they're going to go down, they're going to wipe the cup, come back out, and we'll see more from that forward. But Meanwhile, now it looks like we're starting to finally see some action as we can see the kill feed light up just a bit. Is Exodus and 64 Up that have run into each other here in Los Leones. Scoop actually going a little bit too far. Drassel kind of surrounded right now by 64 Up. And I'm not quite sure if they realize exactly where it is. 64 Up rotating it on the back of this from T8. So Exodus is actually fighting a different squad from this rotation.
Yeah, it looks like it's only going to be Pat and Drassel to kind of play off of each other here. And even then, Pat isn't even that close to Drassel. So he's going to find Sociopath. But Drassel, nope. Yeah, that's rough.
Drassel goes down to Zertizen and immediately see that push from 64 Up. They want to secure that point, or that's not a team that you really want to leave up. And Pat Cap's right up ahead. He's left Sociopath right now, and that's information called out to teammates. As we can kind of look at this different angle, Pat Cap's waiting for the push from 64 out. There we go. Realizing, nope, this is it. You're dead. No more information out. And Pat Cap's trying to hold for this now as we wait for the rest of Exodus coming in. We can see on the mini-map, Punich coming in from the north, Taylor J working his way in from the south as they try to get as close as possible to 64 Up. And, ooh, Taylor J actually hanging a quick little boost there.
Yep, Taylor's just getting prepared for the battle here, topping off the rest of his health. He's going to find an angle. Beautiful shots. He's actually put Dirty's in down to 9 HP. Oh, get out of there.
Oh, Taylor J is going to fall, and with that goes his helmet, very badly damaged. And Yoshi's going to give 64 Up just a little bit of a breather. The 64 Up, though, does not have as many meds as they might need to get out of this. We can see Pat Cap's a little low, too, but here comes Punich crossing the street, actually rotating in from behind 64 Up, trying to find that angle. He could do some opening damage onto here, but that building is going to be the hard push here. He's just going to have to find the angle onto this. Dirty Zin now is still on the outside, and Poon. Oh, I think he could get it. Oh, there you go. Couple shots out. Can't find that knock. He's going to do damage to both players, though, Hoshi and Dirty Zen. Nate is out and up from top. Broke status. It's going to find that
and Exodus is falling apart. They're absolutely falling apart. This isn't necessarily a fight they even needed to take. There's so much of Leona still in. If they really wanted to camp out Leonis, I understand trying to maybe get a team off of your back, but they had plenty of options to escape if they really wanted to, especially when Pat was just alone. They didn't necessarily need to pour in and go for that fight. So, Exodus is going to find themselves with just one member now because of this. And well played to 64 Up, who, were working together, playing for trades, and systematically destroyed, the members of Exodus.
Yeah, Exodus really did have more information going into this fight, and as you said, kind of fall apart. Maybe taking 64 Up a bit for granted, but now we can see Oath has once again found themselves in close combat with Duel. This spelled the demise for Duel last match, who were only able to pick up 2 points.
It almost seems like they're hunting Duel at this point. They're not, but it seems like they are.
It does, and I almost wonder if this might be Duel's problems. A lot of these players have played on different teams with some of these other squads, and with that means that they're seeing a lot of similar rotations and similar mindsets on them, and unfortunately they've kind of lost out on some of these fights. Though the thing about Duel is that, when they've got the circle, they've got the time, and if they've got their claws into, they're not going to let go. And as we see now, La Bandita in a very healthy position for this zone. What do you do if you're Duel? Do you wait this out? Do you try to move away? Do you take the fight to Oath?
No, I think Duel just chills. They're in a very good position right now. Oath is in a good position as well, but the issue with La Bandita and that giant crater is the fact that it's very open, obviously, on other sides, so Oath shouldn't be able to just stand up top on the crater and get line of sight of everyone, whether it's Duel or whoever else they want to. I say they shouldn't, but with these teams and with how passive some of them play, it's possible that Oath actually just get to stand at the very top and really don't get threatened by anyone else. SDK, though, is also in a good position here, but look at this. Luke 12, he's got to take this fight.
Greg Shot actually is going to get the knock here onto Luke. Greg Shot scouting ahead for that next position. Fabled looking for their rotation. Luke had actually extended himself up to this position, calling information to his teammates, and that is unfortunately going to cost them here. SDK is just falling apart a bit, and here we go. Last of them coming in to join now, as this is their compound. If you're SDK down to the south, you've got to be just kicking yourself over this.
Yeah, that was a really kind of tragic 1v1 for Luke to lose, simply because he was the only member here. First of all. Second of all, this is actually a good position to have in the circle. I'm sure SDK would have wanted this. It happens. Luke losing a 1v1 isn't. It's I'm not trying to be super toxic about it. It just sucks that he lost that 1v1 because Luke doesn't normally win, or excuse me, he doesn't normally lose 1v1. So SDK has been struggling today. I don't know what exactly has kind of been their pitfalls, but this is obviously not what we expected from them, at least on the last couple of games.
Now, SDK still in third place with 231 points, so it's nothing to scoff at there, but a team that is a little bit lower down the board in 17th place currently is 303, as well as Hardshift's who kind of, no, they're good. They're in 5th place, but all right, if you're on your kind of last little bit, you want to go out again. You and I kind of talked about this a couple times. You want to go out with style. You're playing to be better than some of these other squads, and with that as well, I mean, yeah.
And J-Sank's statement should be a 360 off this mountain. Personally, that's what I feel. But I mean, whether or not he does it, yeah, Hardshifts is fine. And this is a team that I talked about a lot. This is a team that I had a lot of faith in, and that I thought specifically with Luke's leadership should do well. And I mean, they've slowly been climbing the leaderboard. Excuse me, 5th place, 200 points. They're chilling. They really have nothing else to prove. I think they should still obviously go out hard and try to get as many frags and as many places points as they can, but they're safe, which is exactly the opposite of what 303 is.
Yeah, no, I mean, the teams that will not play again tomorrow, meaning that this is their very last match. That is NA Trolls and Chat, Atheris, Dodge, Duel, Exodus, Houston Hardships, and Oath. So after this match, those teams are done. Their scores get locked into play, and that's going to mean that teams B and C still have tomorrow to play catch up and make it up. So if you're in that mid-range on the leaderboard, if you're just out of that top 16, you've really got to play your heart out right now. And there we go, circle shift. It's going to stay north. We're letting go of most of Leonis. And again, Dodge, Wildcard, Oath, ATC, really nice position here in the center of the zone. Shoot to kill is going to have to move as we see them take a move on to Fabled. They lost out Luke 12 to that compound, and now as well another rotation coming in from TAC 8 as they have found themselves into Atheris, but 64 up is just behind them.
TAC 8 is, they've been slowly today, I feel like, amassing a good amount of points at the very least. They've been getting kills. I mean, we saw really good effort from Beams in the last game. He was able to rack up some kills as well. So they're also slowly just making sure that they don't, they don't lose it. They don't have a travesty of a day. And sitting in 11th place with currently 141 points, I would think that they're doing all right. If they can close out strong here, that would be really good for them.
There we go. 64 up, bringing the fight to Atheris as Hoshi taking a couple shots with the Mini 14. They're all in the zone, but they're just trying to find really their foothold into this. They want these compounds. They want the stronger positioning because they've got to think as well about rotating in. Now, the entire west of the circle is opened up, but Mardonis, we could see looking for a line of sight onto this as well. And I mean, nothing to discount as well. We could see just a little bit off in the distance. Pat Caps is still alive and on the edge of zone too.
Yeah, Pat never really moved. They 64 up didn't really look for him, as they shouldn't have, to be completely honest. Trying to find someone that's kind of ratting it up in trying to play solo in one of the buildings in Leonis is very dangerous. You could lose one, potentially two. So they just left him. They're like, you know what? We already crippled the team. Might as well get out of there. And Pat was left alive. He should be able to at least sneak in and maybe snake a couple more placements, if not a kill or two. So we'll see how it goes for them. Oh, what is this?
Duel.
How did Illusion get here?
Interesting crash from Illusion, able to take out this compound along with Duel, but we've seen a bit of exchange of knocks from the kill feed earlier. Illusion's actually going to lose 2 out of this. Free Me Please and Ranger trying to stay alive, but look, STK rotating up on the ridge, I think hoping to third party this, but there's people in La Bandita that they need to be worried about as well. As we can hear more noise coming in from Free Me Please trying to find this angle, but again, Duel is just waiting this out. They don't have to move just yet. And as long as Ranger and Free Me Please don't make a move either, there's no immediate threat. Don't take the chance and push this, especially when you've got STK and Oath, Finna from Dodge, Crop, all right outside watching this as well. And Molotovs are going to go out. Oh, Lampalot is actually going to pick this one up here.
That's huge. He just... just gets barbecued to death, and that's just Ranger now. I'm curious to know if Duel realizes there's only one up. Maybe they only killed one before, and they think it might be 2 in that building. Either way, that's something they probably want to take care of relatively soon. Especially with STK on the north side as well, Duel want to make sure that they have the compound to themselves. They know they have it to themselves, and they don't have to worry about anything else, so they can start to, utilize their position or move from it or use it as a foothold to push, what have you.
Now we saw a quick map view there, the overlay of where the teams are currently positioned. There's a little bit of I'd say about 4 squads to the south, but it's these 3 right now have kind of put one another into this stalemate. Meanwhile, it looks like 303 has actually been eliminated. 64 up is as well. So the south popping up is going to start losing players left and right. Atheris had been waiting on this for quite some time, but PatCap's still in the area needing to work his way in. I don't think Atheris is in any none the wiser that PatCaps is in that area. TAC 8, meanwhile, still across the street. They do have the zone, and they've been making enough noise that Atheris is aware that they're here, but there's not many places that they can rotate. If they try to go to the east, not only do you have Hardships fighting in there with Liberate, but has a lot of open fields. So this eastern migration at Therapist, that's a really big risk to play, as we now see with Jasync falls down, but Shubba is going to pick up the trade here, immediately picking up the flush. And Liberate, who did well for themselves this last match, trying to hold this corner just a little bit long.
Very ballsy heal from Shubba.
Oh! Almost fighting to knock down to 54 HP, but here we go. Final push there. Ice Tech cleans it up, and there goes Liberate. Meanwhile, Houston Hardships, Liberate's going to pick that up.
Yep, Liberate's going to pick that up, and as you said earlier, we lost 303. That's not the end of the day. I guarantee you they wanted, so realistically only 5 more games for them to, to really get into gear. Liberate is slowly, meanwhile, been kind of climbing up. They've actually had a pretty solid day, all things considered.
Yeah, and that was really something as well that we needed to see, and we really expected from some of these teams that are a bit down the low. Liberate does have another chance to play tomorrow, but with that now, here we go, Pentalol. I think it's going to be a nade. Yes, it is.
That was a really nice nade.
Wasn't quite primed early enough. Lister and Styles are going to have time to move out of that position, but it is a hard push coming in now from Wildcard. We want to keep Atheris out of this, but from a distance, Reno has sight on this. We'll get Pinted down a little bit low. Oh, and I think that's going to be smokes out by Keenan, who's trying to help out his teammate. It's going to unfortunately roll down the hill, but for right now, should be safe. That line of sight is clear, and we can see off in the distance, STK is actually going to get a knock and flush there onto Cherry with a nade here. So Duel has left that compound, but walked right up onto STK. He's been waiting for them this whole time.
Yep, and this is what I was kind of afraid of when it came to Duel, is STK kind of knocking on their door as they're slowly starting to constrict on the final 2 members. It's 3 up, 3v2, and getting shot. Left's got to back off. They can't die here, Clover. They can't. They need to get out.
Only
win this
3
fight.
kills. It's not what you want to see. Duel did have 2 good matches on Erangel. They picked up 23 points amongst 3 maps, but it's actually going to be from a distance. Fable now taking shots on this from the far east. The circle's going to take a shift, and Duel has to take this back. The circle right in front of them to the west. Lampalot looking for a vehicle, and I think they're just going to go into the longhouse for now, where they try to rethink their strategy, give them a little bit of breather to heal. Otho still inside Bandita on the other side of STK. So STK has the ridge line, but they can't overextend themselves too far. They run the risk of getting seen by other squads.
Duel just has to win this with 2. That is literally their only option.
I believe.
I want to believe, man. Heart of the cards. They can do it, but it's gonna be difficult. I don't want to give up on these guys.
10 seconds until the circle starts to move, and STK is going to take that as an opportunity to migrate with cars. That's going to give a little bit of relief to Duel. Meanwhile, here comes TAC 8 on their rotation here on foot. Atheris actually managed to rotate all the way to the west that was open, and are now gatekeeping TAC 8, who's had a healthier position at the start of the previous phase. Wildcard, though, is still right in front of them, and they've been in a bit of a combat back and forth, so that's going to give Tactical 8 an opportunity to capitalize on this. As we can see, Lister from Atheris is actually going to find a knock onto Keenan, and Weem has been spotted. Atheris knows exactly what's going on.
This is quite impressive as well. Atheris is taking a fight on 2 fronts, and they're actually winning it. A knock on each side is really, really strong. I mean, winning maybe too strong of a word, but they're doing just fine. They're getting knocks. They're finding room for themselves to move in. They're holding positions. They're playing really well. Another knock, but one's going to be traded right back onto them.
Ooh, there you go. William has been cleaned up. Steezy gets knocked as well. And there you have it. Grizzly dying to the zone. That's it for TAC 8. Atheros no longer has to worry about their back, but still can't let up on this. Wildcard is still in front of them. And Liberate has kind of moved into this area as well, so it's getting a bit busy. Back off to the east, though. Fabled coming back into ATC. As Greg Shot struggling a bit in the blue, will flush out there, and down to just 2 players still up for Fabled, but they're not in the zone just yet. ATC holding a strong gatekeep on this.
Yeah, they need to have at least 2 of members of ATC watching this. This is really the most important angle to make sure that they don't get ran up on. And just like that, Duel is out.
Oh.
9th place, not going to be enough. So they will indeed drop down. Fabled, here they come.
SDK, though, picking up some much-needed points. They're sitting on 3, but here comes the push now and rotation from Fabled, who are trying to have the angle. But off in the distance, we can start to hear bullets coming in from Atheros, who still has sight on this. Remember, Lister does have that Almond. Oh, Supernova is going to get picked off, but actually by Liberate.
And ATC actually in a very good position. They can play that east side of the bowl on the kind of on the outer rim. That's a really strong spot. Oath, meanwhile, hasn't had to do anything whatsoever, and I don't think they're too upset with that, to be completely honest. I mean, someone has to get the circle. Why not them?
And Oath as well does have 2 teams in and around them, give them something to play with shortly, but it is ATC who's done a really good job to hold this edge. They've got 4 kills so far to their name. They've managed to hold off a couple of teams that tried to rotate in this direction, and now found themselves a really safe place on the bowl as we watch Wildcard clean it up with Atheros. Darth and Mardones get flushed out. It's just up to Styles. Atheros played this so well. They managed to keep off TAC 8. Is this going to be the point where they fall apart?
I'm not sure. There's just one member left. Styles survive. He's got to do it against, you know, a very healthy 4-member up Wildcard, which I don't want to say it's impossible. Clover, maybe he pulls off a 1v4 here.
I mean, we've seen
maybe
people
he dies
pull
to
off
blue.
more
I
with
don't
less,
know.
but
One of the two
no.
is going to happen.
I think that might just be it for Styles. Oh, he pops it off, but this blue zone is hurting. We're in phase 6. There's not really much you can do. I think might just be hoping that placement points comes in.
Yeah.
Maybe another team gets eliminated before us, but that's going to be it for Atheros. They're going to go out into 20th place. That means that we will see them in the Challengers Cup next weekend, but now back onto Wildcard as they are really don't have too far to move in the zone. They're going to have the full southern wall here, but ATC just off to their east has kind of been peeking this. We've seen off to the west Dodge with a view on this, both shots out from Reno and Monty, and Oath sitting pretty inside the bowl. They're not going to have sight on the south here.
Yeah, I mean, again, Oath hasn't had to do anything, and Wildcard has been utilizing their position fantastically. They've been able to hold out teams coming in from the south. They've been picking them off, getting points, and obviously they don't have far to move because they controlled that whole area. So, well done to Wildcard. Much better than the last game where they went out early, and very soon Dodge is going to run out of rim to play here, as Wildcard is probably going to either push them or they're just going to have to push into the bowl, into Oath, or into Wildcard themselves.
As we kind of take an overhead look at the bowl, Oath has put a really good extension through various compounds, holding on to the center of the zone here. We're only in phase 6, and there's still good opportunities for some hard shifts out of this immediate vicinity. But when we get to these town battles and as close-range fights, it can get a little bit tricky for some of these teams, as we don't see that as often. And there we go. Circle is about to move. And we'll see where it goes. It's staying inside the bowl. That's good for Oath. Means they don't have to move too far, but Dodge, again, they're running out of room. They're running out of real estate. Crop is already down here, but now Reno and Monty are going to have to take the risk, come back down. You've got ATC, SDK, Oath, Wildcard. Everybody's looking this direction.
There's no real safe way for Dodge to get in either, unless people aren't paying attention to them. Like if Oath isn't paying attention or ATC, that run is very much in the open. The blue has cut off any sort of refuge they would want to take on the outer rim, so we'll see if they make it in. Morrow, meanwhile, taking shots. Oh,
Ooh.
Halo.
Nice headshot there from Shoot to Kill, who will get that knock, but there should be plenty of time for a safe res here by ATC, but Wildcard taking advantage of the chaos. They're coming for a hard push. You see Pintalo just on the other side of Aguila. Marcelic's actually going to fall to Sharp Shot, and there you go. Wildcard using that as the signal. It's time to move. Morrow goes down. That's 2 players for ATC as Melon going for the res, taking a shot on this. And Aguila looking for that wide angle. You can see right now his health is a bit low, but Pintalo looking for it as well. And, oh, Aguila. Oh, they know exactly where he is. Throwables are out, but Melon trying to get another knock. ATC even with 2 up. Nothing to scoff at here. As those throwables exchange, Jazza, Keenan, Penta, they are on this. Sharp Shot, meanwhile, watching the inside of the bowl, making sure nobody walks in behind this.
Scrappy is the word I would use to describe ATC. And, you know, for all their disconjointed kind of weird plays, you're right. It works. It works for ATC. They've been able to shake it up here, and I actually really like watching this team play.
Melon doing a lot of damage onto Jazza. Didn't quite find the knock onto this, but they still have the edge of the zone. Purdy Purdy's actually just to the side, trying to monitor this situation. That could spell a bit of trouble for Wildcard if they overextend onto this, but there you go. Melon falls down. Keenan picks up another one. We can start to hear bullets coming in from Shoot to Kill, but another strong push from Wildcard. They want to clean this up. Aguila is flushed out now. It's just down to Morrow. And there we go. Spotted by Pintalo. He cleans it out. Any trolls in chat going out in 5th place. Wildcard now with 7 kills, still 4-man up. And immediately now we can hear the shots out towards Purdy Purdy. They've spotted SDK.
And Oath is still just hanging out.
Circle Gods are loving Oath right now. They only are 2 kills up. But that said, I mean, they don't have to move at all. Dodge has managed to get 2 into this, though.
It's really hard to, in this game at least, that name might be nice from Keenan, it's hard to gauge whether or not Oath have fixed their Miramar issues, or in this, again, this specific game, they've obviously just had a really nice position early and they just haven't had to move.
Well, and speaking of having to move, Wildcard cannot stay here. And you talked about earlier with Dodge, this is a very open rotation in full line of sight of Oath, who definitely wants to rack up some of those kill points. But Dodge is in here as well, and right now can be a little quiet while they wait for the rest of these teams to move. Meanwhile, there we go. Alo repositioning his buggy. Still not in the zone just yet, but right now, Shoot to Kill, a little focus on clearing out Wildcard. They're waiting for that rotation, and Wildcard has nowhere to go but down.
I think everyone is looking at Wildcard right now, which is unfortunate for Wildcard. It's, I don't know if they're getting between Oath and SDK. It's rough.
Oh, spray and pray into the smoke clouds. Everybody knows what's up. Pintalol is found. Sharp Shot is found. Oath picks up 2, but from a distance, Reno actually steals Sharp Shot. There we go, a nade, and that is it. There was nothing to do here. Dodge picks up 1. Oath picks up 3. And now we're down to just 3 teams, but here comes Shoot to Kill. I was now looking for that steal onto Relo. Crop's actually going to secure that. Alo is still in the vicinity. And
I'm just
getting
surprised.
A little saucy.
I'm surprised Dodge made it in because their run in was not necessarily covered, and I guess no one was paying attention to them. So good on Dodge to realize that with 2 members up, they can still make something happen here. So 2 on 2 on 3. Oh, Wolf has an though, and he is absolutely dead. I've been on the wrong side of Wolf's bolt. It sucks.
Another thing as well, Balefrost is in the exact center of the zone. So as the blue starts to close and get a little bit comfortable, that's the part of the city that you want to be in. Shoot to Kill does have a little bit of cover and ground here, but that location that Wolf has is the highest point.
Strong.
He should be able to see just about everybody from here.
Especially with a bolt. Like I said, Wolf is deadly with a bolt. I would say arguably that's one of his best assets as just a fragger, is he's always able to find really ridiculous headshots with any bolt that he uses, especially at ARM.
Ooh, and Alo's gonna find an opening knock onto Crop. Reno actually pushing for the center. He's just outside of Balefrost's compound. We can see SDK is trying to capitalize on this as well, but that is a very tricky position for them to move, especially with Wolf up top. Alo with the damage, level 2 helmet. 1 bullet is all it's going to take to find that knock there. But, ooh, Wolf is going to miss that first one. Can he find the second one? He can't. That's going to allow SDK to get a little bit closer here, but he knows exactly where they are. And that Molly! The Molly's going to do it. There is the headshot. Wolf finding 1. It's just Kurt still up. Meanwhile, Reno still outside the center. Oath has a really strong position on this. Alo flushed out there. Wolf finding the second knock, waiting for Kurt. Finds it there. Snakers gets it. STK goes out. It's just down to Reno. Oath holding this position. He tries to move, gets down very low, but Balefrost finishes it. Oath, 8 kills.
Unreal.
Another win. What is going on here?
So to be fair, and I'm not... Oath earned that win by playing it very smart. And obviously, taking their time with the shots they took in the fights they chose when teams were coming in. However, they definitely didn't have to rotate or do any of the macro, so to speak, coming into that. So it doesn't surprise me that Oath won that. Again, that game is kind of in its own little vacuum of did they fix the Miramar issues that they had in the past. I think the last game you could definitely pose that question because they did have to rotate and they played well. But regardless, the fact it's unreal. I don't think I've ever seen a team win this many games in just 2 days. It's ridiculous.
No, I mean,
Oath has done something I've never seen, at least in North American PUBG.
It is absolutely unreal, and they've won a total of 10 chickens so far.
Ridiculous.
I mean, to say in the beginning, okay, they were good, but were they as good as this team? Were they as good as that team? Even if Sonics outs them in points, you cannot discount the amount of work and effort this team is. This is a scary team and the absolute epitome of what NA Esports is all about. I'm so excited to just continue to see them to grow because, I mean, there really hasn't been a week where you say, okay, they're different, they're bad. They might have had some off games, but they've just consistently looked good.
I will say before we started these new events, I would say, like, going back to even Gilla, like, I think you could pose that question, like, is Oath really going to be able to keep it together? Are they that top team? Blah, blah, blah. But I think, especially with PCS now moving into this stage, I think they've fixed the issues that they've had. Obviously, they're still making mistakes. Every team does. But I think what's most impressive, and you touched on it with Oath, is that it does actually look like they're improving on the mistakes that they made, and they're making less and less of them, which is what makes them so strong. On the flip side, though, as much as we're talking about Oath, it's still, it still stands to reason that Sonics was able to just absolutely stay consistent the entire time, which is why Oath had to catch up in the first place. So I'm really excited about those two teams. And then obviously you have STK, who, in that game still played very well. And they were able to, even with 2, just make it to 3rd place. So, I mean, we just have a fantastic top-heavy, not top-heavy. We have a great line of top teams to look at, and it's really just up to the bottom teams and who's going to step up and try to, level up to get to their level, basically.
Yeah. Now we're going to head back to the analyst desk and see what they thought about this, as we're going to see what they think Oath shoot to kill. I mean, this was kind of the storyline we were looking to talk about today, and as we wind down, let's see what they have to say about it.
Oath, it's magic, No, I mean, like, honestly, though, they come out, they win, they got 4 wins. They're going to be angry that they didn't get that 3rd win on Erangel, because they literally could have pulled a 5-piece out today, to be completely honest. That is absolutely crazy. Now, we've talked about Oath ad nauseum throughout the day. You're going to get more of it. Nothing we can do about that. But I do want to give a shout-out to Dodge. Dodge is a team that plays in Group A. That was their last match that they had to play. They had 113 points coming into this game. And this was their last chance to make a statement, to get above the 120, get to 130, and maybe have a shot at making it to the finals. I think that they got to 125 or higher. So let's take a look back at the games that we've watched already as we check out the highlights, and then we'll talk a little more about Dodge. Go ahead, gentlemen.
You can see it is just the start of the troubles for Shoot to Kill over here. Got Luke getting picked off very, very early. Meanwhile, Hardships getting very active back over towards Liberate, trying to get a couple more shots into it. Chubb was holding the line back over for them, but it was just all of these fights as everything that condensed down around La Bendita. That's where it got spicy.
Yeah, there was a lot of kills spread out amongst a number of teams because this climb up to La Bendita is not very easy, and as you can see from this perspective, neither is the climb down. Wildcard were dead to rights. I actually wouldn't have been surprised if all 4 of them just dove into the blue at this point, because there's no way they didn't have much of a chance of making it safely.
Oh, I was hoping we were going to see the grenade, but the work Wolf was putting out from this position, damn, that shot was clean. He was holding up this high ground. Nobody else had any clear sight lines down to him. Oath just stepped up, took a stranglehold of that circle, got 8 kills, which for Oath feels a little bit low today, but it's another victory, putting them at 4. See, everybody was picking on my caster math in chat. Oh, it's 6 wins for the day. I just knew. I had faith that they were going to get 7.
You know, I think my favorite quote from the casting team, Cameron, was when Godspeed goes, "I've been on the wrong side of Wolves and Bulls.
Yeah.
It sucks." It was a fun little insight into like dealing with Oath, and he did it. I mean, he missed a couple shots of the arm there, but ultimately came in on top. And when Relo went down, I was like, "Who's going to win this for him?" And apparently they don't need him.
Imagine how much it has to suck if you're shoot to kill in that position. You were on fire from a Molotov. There's a high ground bolter looking down with you with an AWM. There's nowhere to go, man.
All right, let's take a look at the match leaderboard, Cameron, because I think this is going to tell us a lot specifically about how Dodge's chance are tomorrow, as well as what Oath was able to accomplish today. So Oath does win, adds yet another drumstick with 18 points, but Dodge does get 4th and puts 10 total points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's after their 2 points from the first 4 games, though. So, like, it really wasn't that great of a day for them. And for a team that we were saying should be comfortably in the top 16, they might just be on the precipice.
Oh, definitely.
Shoot to Kill had a much better game today, even though they only got 4 kills, partly because losing a couple players early. That's because I think compared to the previous Miramar match, they had to move a lot less. And that's generally where they thrive, because they have to travel a long distance. It usually doesn't work out too well for them.
I think the question then comes down to the overall leaderboard whenever we take a quick look at that. But we got to look back over towards kills and damage. Marcelic, look, walking away with 3 kills. Up on top of that, not going to have anybody from Oath holding down that point this time around, it looks. But Aguila also from Any Trolls in Chat coming up big.
It's about time.
Look how...
I think... Go ahead.
No, just look how sort of even the kills are. There's not 1 or 2 people that are sort of fighting for the top. That just shows how sort of spread everything is. It is a 4-way tie for first. It's not Marcelic with the lead there. I don't know exactly what causes the tiebreaker. Maybe it's damage.
Technically,
he
Oath
is 3rd in
is
damage.
In first place too. Then
All right,
well.
let's look at the overall leaderboard. Oath 10 chicken dinners. Poro did the math for us off stream and said that Oath has gotten 157 points for the weekend, topping Sonic's previous best of 138. Absolutely enormous. 10 chicken dinners is unfreaking heard of, and they can definitely sit back and relax as they look forward to tomorrow. Other A teams that don't get to play tomorrow are going to be Exodus. I think they're going to be pretty comfortable, but for me, Dodge did manage, Cameron, to raise themselves to 123. You said at the start of the day today, 120 might be the stressful cutoff. 130 is going to be the comfortable cutoff. So Dodge did make it to that stress cutoff point.
Yeah. And they have a little bit of gap between 16, 17, 18, etc. Unfortunately, both Carnage and 303, and then Comets as well, play tomorrow. So
that's true.
If more than one team pass them, it's going to be an issue. There is a little bit of a gap. Carnage, 303, and Comets are 3 teams who have had days that they've been pretty bad, but they've also, all 3, shown moments, if not full days, especially in 303's court, of being really good. So they're going to be gnawing on their nails. It's going to be a nail biter.
Go ahead.
Let's be real. If you're Dodge right now, tomorrow's going to suck to watch. You're going to be biting your nails the whole time. Just to give you an idea of Oath's meteoric rise as well, they're in Group A. They're done for now. But Houston Hardshifts are also in Group A. There is 110 points between them, the next closest team in their same group. That is a statement and a half coming up from these guys.
I do want to point out very quickly, it's BC tomorrow. Comets got 16 points in Week 1 when they met. 303 got 8 points last time BNC got together in Week 1. And Carnage, I think, pulled in something in the ballpark of 23 on their worst CA week. So there is a chance that if they repeat history, Dodge could advance. Let's take a look at the kills. Overall, top 5, the $500 on the line. Relo has made a statement with 65, but I don't know if that holds up against the Sonics, who are going to have nothing to lose and every kill to get starting tomorrow.
Well, I think that's kind of the factor. The average that H1 has to get is 2 kills per game.
Yeah. And will the rest of the Sonics allow that? Will they be so friendly like Oath are and feed all the kills to Relo to get that $500? Or are they going to all fight for it amongst themselves and just lose out anyway?
Same with
I mean-
damage dealing. Snickers on top. Go ahead, Matcham.
I was just gonna say, you can talk as much as you want about kills. I feel like this damage thing, pretty settled at this point. The closest competition are 2 other teammates that aren't going to be playing tomorrow. There is a chance. We've seen Luke put out big numbers before. We've seen him have 1,000-point days. Can he have close to a 3,000-point day?
Problem with that is what? Is he going to be yelling in comms? Wait, don't finish the kill. Let them revive so I can tag him again. Like, it's not that easy to farm like damage.
All right, let's take a look at Nox. Relo at 55. Win and Mime do have the chance to try to catch up to them tomorrow. And again, I think this is going to be the heavy hitters from Sonics looking to take the bounties away from Oath.
I think that is kind of the factor with it. What we're looking at is a 2-horse race for a lot of these $500 bounties, which we're going to have finalized coming into tomorrow. But the big thing is all the pressure's back over towards Sonics. Oath has managed to put up enough numbers, enough good stats, that Sonics still has to have a good day tomorrow.
Shout out to Balefrost, Cameron. We haven't seen him in the lead for damage and kills, really, but he has been there helping out with almost all of them.
Yeah, that is more evidence that they each all have their own top of these boards. Shows how core of a unit they are, how well they work together, and they all have their own specific roles. I don't think it's the case that's gonna be, hey, Balefrost, you're gonna get the assists. Hey, Snakers, you're gonna get the damage. Relay, you're gonna get the kills. But the fact that they perform so well and they all seem to have fallen into a position that brings them to these heights just shows like the next level that these guys have been able to bring. I don't know if this is all specifically Wolf being like, you go here, or if they're working together as a full unit of 4, passing ideas back and forth. But this is, you can tell that they've really brought it up to a next level from previous competitions.
Also, note the teamwork. There were all 4 members on our top 5 for assists. That means that they're communicating well. They're trying to help out each other in almost every single firefight in every situation that they can.
All right, guys, listen up, players, fans, friends, family, doesn't matter. You get to choose the PCS North American Group Stage MVP. You go to PUBG Esports on Twitter, at PUBG Esports. Make sure you follow it. Starting tomorrow after the last match, you will have 24 hours to cast your vote for the MVP and get them that sweet cash bonus. So make sure you get there. Make sure you get yourself heard so that we can talk about them all throughout the grand finals. Well, this was the MVP of group stages, so if you want a little bit of extra exposure and a lot more love, make sure you get there and do that. All right, let's take a quick look at the schedule for tomorrow just so y'all know when to get here. And I'm going to tell you what, it's the same place at the same time, 4 p.m. PDT. The last day of play in the group stages will get underway, where the top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals and their chance of winning $200,000. The bottom 8 teams will get the notification that they are headed to relegations to try and survive against the best 8 to come out of the Challengers Series. It's been a heck of a day. I'm going to turn it over to you guys for closing thoughts. Cammy D, let's start with you. What you want to say?
We'll see how well SCK come out of the gates tomorrow, but it's honestly going to be about Sonics trying to take back that top spot, and I think that they do have the speed, momentum, and violence to do so.
Ha!
That's really it. I honestly, I find it very hard to care about who's going to be in the top 16. I really care who's going to win, even though this is only groups. Sorry.
I dig. Matchup.
Well, I'm kind of in the same boat. I believe that there is the outside chance that we could see a big day coming up from Shoot to Kill. We know the fact that these guys do research. You know that they've probably been planning for the last day, especially given the fact that there's been some banter on social media and a little bit coming from us that the last day tends to be a little bit problematic for them, but they can close this one out. The question comes into play. Sonics doesn't have to have a big day tomorrow. They just have to have a decent day to move into that first place position. Is the chance that Shoot to Kill or some of these other teams trying to get in the top 16 going to be able to disrupt Sonic's day enough to allow Oath to stay number 1?
Who's got the guts to make it happen? Who's got the will to win? We'll find out as we come back tomorrow with the final day of play. We know you guys have options on where you spend your time, and we appreciate all of you choosing to spend your evening with us. From Matcham, Cameron, the rest of the broadcasting team, and myself, thank you so much for being here. I can't wait to see you tomorrow, but until then, play more PUBG.